visiting Ford is unprecedented to say the least. Okay. Edward did not get anything flooded back. Hopefully they'll explain more. I am Tenma Taru, the yokai you seek. How could such a straight-laced man like Mr. Tenma suddenly become a demon? Oh, right, this case. I somewhat know what's going on now. Just a little bit. Yeah, it's strange, even worse. Prosecutor Blackquill is playing along. I do remember the prosecutor being like or something. I can't even think straight anymore. I need to go out for a run. See you in a bit. Wait! What about the investigation? Back, eek! Whoa, Trucy, welcome back. Oh, you're in your stage outfit. Back from work? Yeah, I really nailed this new magic trick I've been working on. I also heard about those tricks that were conjured up in court earlier today. You know, the demon out of nowhere trick and Polly's tightrope style defense trick. I was seriously considering a disappearing act of my own after all that craziness. Anyway, our next trick is to find a suspect other than the mayor. I know the killer must have used the air duct in their escape. And whoever did that was Tenma Taru that Mr. Filch and Jinxie saw. Right? Maybe there's some evidence in the air duct. Sorry, just making sure everything's working. Like I said, it's been a while since I streamed. The real fight starts now. Hey, before you go, let me make the evidence you no longer need disappear. Oh my goodness, thank you. I love this disappearing attitude. 3, 2, 1, ta-da! Unnecessary evidence. Evidence has disappeared into Trucy's magic panties. I wonder where all that stuff goes. I guess it just stays in the panties before she actually gets rid of it, but I don't know. Okay, let's go over to the scene of the crime. Vamonos. Apollo, vamonos. Don't know French, French, Jesus. Don't know Spanish, so that word doesn't come naturally to me. Oh, my keyboard's low. Let me just plug that in. This is the thing, for stream back, we're probably gonna have a lot of hiccups. Like accidentally skipping something when you're trying to plug another thing in. Alright, let's plug this in. Should be done steeping, so I'm gonna take the turmeric out. The garbage. Oh, QB Manor, Fox Chamber. Detective Fulbright, mind if we search the air duct? Well, since you really are on the side of justice, I suppose I can let you. Plus, my own sense of justice has been called into doubt, so... Wonder if he's been like this ever since the trial. Well, his sentence of justice has been beaten to a pulp. It'll probably take a while for him to recover. I sort of feel bad for him, but we have work to do. Let's go get the evidence we need. The air duct is the key. You know, the Tenma Taru impersonator used it to make an escape. Okay, everything's starting to flood back to me again. through this and be fine. After murdering the alderman, the killer left the fox chamber through the hallway door. Then, after locking the door from the outside, the killer entered the air duct in the hallway. Oh, and dropped the key, right? Finally, the killer dropped the key into the fox chamber through the air vent here. Then went back through the duct and fled the manor. That's how the illusion of no one entering or leaving the locked room was created. Locked room mysteries, gotta love them. If the killer passed through the air duct, maybe we'll find some evidence there. Yeah, maybe some black feathers or something like that. Yeah. Alright, in you go. Well, here's our air vent. It's awfully high up. Don't worry, I brought a stepladder. Happy hunting. How nice of her to volunteer me for the job. Yeah, to be fair, I think Athena would be better. Slimmer. But long as Apollo... Well, actually, Apollo's pretty slim. I was thinking of Phoenix. Oh, those brown shoulders might not fit there. No, they're too slim young'uns, so that's fine. Whoa, it's pitch black in here. Well, here goes nothing. A juice. There's a thick layer of dust in here. I would assume so. Probably hasn't been cleaned in a while. Doing good at those fake coughs. I don't get it. Find anything? Yikes, Apollo, what happened? You're covered in dust. Yeah, dust. Lots of dust. So, what'd you find? You know how dust collects on something when nobody uses it for a long time? Yeah, like Mr. Wright's desk back in the office. Right. You think it'd be possible to crawl over that sort of dust without leaving a trail? No. No, it would not. We're back to square one, aren't we? I seriously doubt it. Wait, you're not suggesting no one's gone through the duct lately? Kinda looks that way. And if that's true, Mayor Tenma is going to be fingered as the killer. But if we don't turn things around quickly, in justice we trust. Ack! Hahaha. Sorry, Mr. Justice, but it seems your justice was not the most just after all. It is my sense of justice that has prevailed. Justice Fulbright sure seems chipper all of a sudden. Well, yeah, the thing that disproved his so-called justice has been proven once again. And I'm back to my old devastated self. Aw, come on. Where's that never say die spirit? Bring it on, Mr. Lawyerman, bring it on. Let me suffer in peace. Ha ha ha, justice prevails once more. It's not over yet, and besides, kicking someone when they're down is what bad guys do. Ack! Are you calling me a bad guy? Me? Bobby Fulbright? Just champion of justice? Then how about some information on the investigation? We need some help here. Information? What about the investigation? Alright, but I won't have you calling me a bad guy ever again, understood? We did it, Apollo. Yeah, but how long can we keep this up? I can't believe Prosecutor Blackwell would stoop that low. I mean, to pinning the blame on a yokai? He really wants a conviction at all costs. supposedly carrying, is it? Did he jump out the window after all? Still doesn't make any sense. But then we saw him flying. I think everything's coming back to me. The one and only. Miss Tenma, no doubt, tossed it over the cliff when she was done. No way. Well, what about Prince? No Prince. But if she was carrying a costume, there wouldn't be any. There wouldn't be any anyway. Yeah, I guess if she was in the car. Well, there would still be traps. Well, Prince or no Prince, it's not going to work in our favor. It sounds like the staff might have belonged to the mansion, but if that's the case, then where in the mansion did Tenma Taro get it from? That is a good question. Maybe that'll help us solve this case. Did Prosecutor Blackwell figure out that the victim was the amazing Nine-Tails? He did indeed. He's a sharp one, alright. He figured it out while investigating the municipal merger and the victim's past. The amazing Nine-Tails sparked the yokai craze and worked against the merger. Mayor Damien Tenma is the corrupt politician who murdered that great hero. The amazing Nine-Tails fans are so angry that even tried to storm the detention center. I don't blame them. I mean, their fake masked wrestling hero was murdered. They must have been shocked when they found out what happened. Speaking of which, is Trixie also a fan of the amazing Nine-Tails? She is. The wrestler's mask is more precious than his own life. He'd never unmask himself in front of others. But there are matches where wrestlers battle for the right to remove each other's masks. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. She spoke with passion that only a fan could appreciate. We ought to become fans ourselves and go protest in front of the prison. What? No! Did you forget that Mayor Tenma is not only Jinx's father, but her client? Oh yeah. Athena, get with the program. You be careful now. You're defending the most hated mayor in history. I just hope you don't find yourselves on the wrong end of our figure 4 leg walk. Maybe I should wear a mask to hide my identity. Are there any other news developments we should know? Now that you mention it, our suspect is suffering partial memory loss, but he did manage to remember something. He did? What did he say? He said he didn't want to speak with us. How do you know he remembered anything? His exact words were, I am under no obligation to speak with you mortals. And other things of that nature. Hey, I wonder what Mayor Tenma remembered. Too bad you can't go ask him now, because Prosecutor Blackwell is busy questioning. I know. Why don't you wait down at the playground with the rest of the kids? Haha. Seriously? What now, Paul? How about regrouping back to the agency? Good idea. We might get some words of wisdom out of Mr. Wright while we're there. Alright. Nope, nothing else to talk about. That's it. Alright. Oh, wait, did I go to the right? I did not go to the right place. Just a moment. Figuring out the controls. Hey, Apollo. Oh, and Athena's here too. Mr. Ray. How goes the investigation, Apollo? Athena? I think it's safe to say that things have gotten hairier than before. Really? What happened? I was watching the review this morning from the gallery. That was one tough day in court, to say the least. I know, I've never had to defend a yokai before. Right? Then tea break. Oh, it might still be too hot. Let's see. Be fine. Okay, yeah, that's good. Still hot, but not too hot. I know, I've never had to defend a yokai before. That business about the locked room was another major hurdle. Yeah, and on top of that, Jinxie was accused of being an accomplice. But at least he figured out how some... Oh. Just give me a second, somebody's calling me. But at least he figured out how someone could have escaped that locker room. Oh, not on that screen again. There we go. Yeah, well, we just found out that our reasoning might be a tad flawed. Oh, really? Well, that's bad news. Yeah, real bad news. How are we gonna get out of this one? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Yeah, I remember you saying that. Force a smile? Yeah, my mentor taught me that back when I was still learning the trade. She also taught me to return to the basics whenever I got stuck. Return to the basics. That's right. Always believe in your client, no matter what happens. That is a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. The basics. Always believe in your client, huh? Also, tell me if the music is too loud or anything, by the way. So, Mr. Wright, how long have you known Athena? Just testing volume. Okay, I think that's better. Huh? You were in Europe? Why haven't I heard about this before? Yeah, I went there a few times to study the various legal systems over there. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I thought you worked as a pianist after you, quit law let me try that again. I thought you worked as a pianist after you quit practicing law. I did, but an old friend of mine needed help with some legal work from time to time, so... Oh, I guess you were never very far from the courtroom then. It was like fate brought us together. It's thanks to Mr. Wright that I became a lawyer at all. Ha ha ha, I knew she was a lawyer material from the moment I met her. And I have high hopes for her ability to analyze people's emotions. Aw, it's nothing special. Maybe I've underestimated that analytical psychology of hers. It's just, I thought that if my special ability could help defend innocent people, then I had to do everything in my power to bring it to the courtroom. That's when I really started hitting the books hard. I'm still amazed she actually became a lawyer, and at the tender age of 18, no less. Wow, that's almost superhuman. Or personal, like she's trying to help someone she knows. Alright, I'm totally pumped up after after talking to you, Mr. Wright. Brain erased the L for some reason. It's like you said, the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. And don't forget to return to the basics whenever you get stuck. Keep believing in my client, Wright. Mr. Wright. Yes? I'm going to visit our client again. I think that's a good idea. Alright, time to see what's new down at the detention center. To the detention center. Oh, didn't even have to travel there myself. Automatically put us here. Mayor Tenma, we wanted to talk to you about something. Kasha! Eek! Kaka! Some of my minions have returned. Oh, I forgot about all this. Right. Is he pretending to be Tenma, or was he... I don't even know. Apollo, he still thinks he's a yokai. I wonder if he'll ever be able to talk to Tenma again. Silence, peddler of the legal trade. Free me from these prisoning walls with great haste. Wow. He's sounding more and more like a real demon with every sentence. I'm starting to wonder if we should even be helping him win his freedom. Don't think that way, Athena. Remember, return to the basics. Still, we can't let Mayor Tenma stay possessed. You know what I mean? If you can clear me of these charges, I shall help in whatever manner I may. Now ask of me what you will. I suppose it's worth a shot. Alright. Were those feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime really your doing? Indeed, the remnants of Tenma Taro, king of the underworld, they be. The day when I once again dominate the mortal world is at hand. Ka. Or, I definitely read that wrong. Ka. There we go. Had to correct that one. Very important. The prosecutor claims the feathers and tracks were planted by Jinxie. What's this? I must breach these walls and go defend my little Jinxie at once. Huh? Mayor Tenma, is that you? Grr. Well, now, Damien appears to still reside within this body. but I should have expected as much from a descendant of mine. Be silent now, Damien. I guess a little thing like demonic possession won't stop a father's love for his daughter. You didn't kill Alderman QB, did you? I have killed no one. The remnants of my presence have been misconstructed. The murder is not I. For if I had slain that moron, raging hellfire would have consumed him. Yikes! So, 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 so you're saying there must have been somebody else there? Come to think of it, the mayor had mentioned that he'd been clubbing with the statue. I'd better ask him. I'd better ask about this too. Alright, what do you remember? Detective Fulbright mentioned that you might have something new to tell me. Indeed, I have. I regurgitated this key but a short while ago. Behold, the key to the Forbidden Chamber. Whoa! Is regurgitation one of your demonic powers too? Bah! I do not waste my powers on such parlor tricks. Take the key from the killer, did Damien, whereupon he swallowed it. He sought to bar the killer entry to the Forbidden Chamber, so he wanted to keep it shut tight. But no fingerprints shall you find upon that key. How do you know that? Wait, is that another one of your demonic powers then? Foolish mortal. You would have me, Ten Matero, act as some asinine alchemist? Asinine alchemist? I but asked the jailer, and my will was done. Quite eagerly, I must add. Caca, caca! Always an honor to serve, your malevolence. Guess I'm not the only one he scares the living daylights out of. Can we ask how you use this key? We couldn't find a keyhole anywhere in or around the door. Curse that infernal door. But if had I known its manner of opening long, long ago, would I have made my return? He has a point there. Maybe Jinxie knows something about how the whole thing works. Yeah. And it should be fine to open. Anyway, like, obviously the yokai's already escaped. Alright. Now where would Jinxie be? Let's go to the foyer. Okay, not there. Okay, let's just go straight to the fox chamber then. Not there. Lane? Nope. Garden? Where is she? I've already gone everywhere, haven't I? I guess you can go back to the fox chamber. Take a look around. Oh. We can't take a look around? Well, we don't want to show them that. Yeah, I have no clue where she is. Okay. Already did what I could do there. Did I leave too early? I present this and get more information? I was hoping you'd take a look at this. An offering to me, quite admirable. But the best thing you could offer me is to win me from my freedom. Caca, caca. Right. I'll do my best. Okay. ideas. So the crime scene was Loctite at the time. This is a tough one. The only people in that locked room were the deceased, the alderman, and the mayor. Maybe the killer hid somewhere in that room. But is there really anywhere to hide in the Fox chamber? That was quite a day in court. The news just can't stop talking about how the demon Tenmatero made an appearance. There's never an exorcist around when you need one. Well, I heard the judge actually held an exorcism in the courtroom after that. Good. Let's hope it's the last we'll see of that pain in the neck yokai. I don't know, I have a feeling Tenmatero could exorcise an exorcist. As an attorney defending a demon, I know exactly how that feels. Where the heck are we supposed to go? Can I not, like, look around the area anymore? Like, what is going on here? I have, like, so many people I can talk to. Feel like this isn't right, but let's try it anyway. Justice needs backup sometimes too, so I don't mind you asking for help, but you should start by thinking things over yourself. After all, the road to justice starts with your own first step. Ha ha ha. Okay, whatever. There's no information here. Yeah, let's go back to the agency. Let's maybe show Mr. Wright. Maybe he'll have some information on where she is. Ha ha ha, you're getting good at this, Apollo. Remember, the way you present evidence in court can really have an impact on the trial. But your elbow angle's a little bit off. You should really be more like this. I'll be fine. I'll be more careful next time, promise. Dang it, there's like nothing. How am I already stuck? Let me think it over. I just have this feeling that we're not done at the detention center. Oops. Maybe I should look over evidence a little bit more. Attorney's badge, Yokai Legend scroll. Maybe that? Ages has it been since I've seen that. We often battled it out like this back in the day. I've been meaning to ask, which one of you was stronger? Kaka, that would be me, of course. For I am the demon lord of the yokai, Kaksha. Yeah, but... Oh. Athena, don't go encourage him. It's already hard enough as it is. Oh, I just wanted to find out which one was really the strongest. Okay, not that. Anything about... talked about this earlier, didn't we? What, might I ask, is that? The statue is found at the scene. Someone hit Mayor Tenma over the head with it. It had been wrapped in a large cloth before the alderman's murder. Let me see whether Damien knows about such a thing. Yes. Something wrapped in just such a cloth, does he recall? A secret gift from Alderman Cuby, it would seem. He, however, had not a chance to see it till now, for the cloth did conceal it. Maybe the cloth fell off, or was removed after the mayor was struck. Of that Damien does not know. A secret gift, interesting. Maybe Jinxie knows something about it. I should question him about the blackmail letter, too. Let's see what he says when I show it to him. Okay, blackmail letter. Why this? This is that accursed blackmail letter that was sent to Damien. Apparently somebody slipped it into the alderman's pocket. We believe someone, probably the killer, stole it from Mayor Tenma's briefcase. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? Kaka. You have questions, do you? Very well. Ask away, immortal. Alright. Tell me about the blackmail letter, then. Who placed this in the alderman's pocket? Very few were they who knew the letter was in Damien's briefcase. So whoever knew about the blackmail letter being in the mayor's briefcase is a potential suspect in its theft and placement in the alderman's pocket. Could it have been his doing? Mr. Mayor, Mr. Taro, did you just remember something? Indeed, I did. There was but one other who knew of that letter, Damien's aide, Florent Lebel. I knew he was suspicious. I knew he was suspicious as soon as I met the guy. But at the same time, there's a lot of weirdos in this game, so suspicious, but also not he's suspicious, okay? Full knowledge of that briefcase's contents did that aide possess. But he may be the blackmailer and the murderer we're looking for. That is preposterous. He's a most trusted advisor. He would never betray Damien. Well, that's for us to find out. It seems like Mayor Tenma is a bit too trusting of those around him. Still, this is huge. Now we know who might have slipped that blackmail letter into Alderman's pocket. Look out, Florent Lebel. Here comes justice. Let's go find Mr. Lebel and rake him over the coals. Thanks for the help. You've just given us a major lead. Okay. There's something that still bothers me. If Mr. Lebel is the killer, what could have motivated him to open the Forbidden Chamber? We should probably search it for clues. Only one problem. How did you open a locked door that doesn't have a keyhole? Let's go talk to Jinxie. Maybe she can help. Okay, we're looking for Jinxie and we're looking for Lebel. Let's just start with Yokai Lane. It's the first one on our list. Hey, isn't that... Jinxie, we found you. You look in rough shape. Grr, did you imprison Jinxie? She's acting real strange. Yeah. That loathsome, no-good, nine-tailed fox. he shall know the terror that it's grr, grr. You shall pay, oh, you shall pay dearly, all of you. Jinxie, are you alright? Eeka! Oh, is that you, Mr. Demon Lawyer? Morning, Jinxie. Morning. Isn't it already past noon? And what am I doing here? Last I remember, I laid down to take a nap back at the manor. Oh no. It must have been the... just a moment. Makuragashi. Makuragashi? Every wake after a restless sleep, find a sleepless night sleep to find your pillow in an unusual place. Or that you've been sleeping on the floor or in the hallway. Well, it's that yokai's fault. The Magarashi preys on people while they're asleep. It sounds like you just need to be tucked in real tight, or maybe a snug sleeping bag. Jinxie, how come you don't have any charms on your forehead? Oh yeah! I don't? Oh, they must have fallen off. Without them, evil things can creep into me. I'd say we have more than adequate demonstration of that just now. I'd better reapply them. There we go. Jinxie, there's something we wanted to ask you. Ah, there's something I wanted to tell you too. I remembered something else. You did? What was it? What did you remember? Jinxie, can you tell us what you remembered? Well, after the trial, I remembered lots of stuff. But there was one thing I thought was really weird. I'm almost afraid to ask, but here it goes. Really? What? It's about the yokai feathers and tracks. They weren't there when I first opened the door. Wait, what? That's huge. Like, are you sure? Uh-huh. My memory's crystal clear now. So you're saying they were left at the crime scene after you found it? This could spell major trouble, Apollo. Why? Because Jinxie is already accused of leaving the feathers and tracks at the scene. If they weren't there when she discovered the crime scene, it will totally fuel the claim that she fabricated the evidence later on. Ack! Jinxie's fuzzy memory of the whole incident is really working against us. Yeah. The prosecution will probably say she doesn't remember planting the evidence. Probably. Good luck rebutting that. Well, thanks. Do you have any ideas, Athena? Oh man, this is not good. I sure hope she didn't plant the evidence while she was sleepwalking or something. Yeah. The Forbidden Chamber. Jinxie, wouldn't happen to know how to open the Forbidden Chamber, would you? That door doesn't even have a keyhole. Well, it's supposed to have a secret mechanism. They say you have to figure it out before the keyhole will appear. A secret mechanism? Really? Uh-huh, it's hidden. Awesome. Alright. I think I want to stop. You know, let's just go in order because I want to run into LaBelle before we get to the Fox Chamber. Okay, nothing here. Let's go to the foyer. Oh, nothing here either. Okay, well, I guess we're not gonna run into LaBelle yet. How does this work again? I guess just wanting to look at the door, but I don't remember how. Or was it that this trilogy, you can only look at certain parts of the game or something? I think I somewhat remember that. I feel like I'm moving on too fast again. Let's go back to Yokai Lane. Well, her memory's somewhat returned, so maybe we show her the statue as well. Alderman Kyubi made that statue. It's a token of goodwill. I think it was meant to be the Nine-Tails Veil in Tenma Town. A token of goodwill, but the two yokai are fighting. Fighting? Oh, I see what you mean. The cup portion is missing. Cup portion. Huh? The statue. Oh. Originally depicted the two yokai holding up a cup in celebration. And it sure doesn't look that way now, does it? Yeah. Maybe it broke when it was used to hit Mayor Tenma on the head. That would explain it. I guess the only two people who knew what it really looked like was the Alderman and I. Now it's just me, and a symbol of goodwill will be forever etched in my mind. Okay. So, is there anything else we should know about Jinxie? No. That's about it. Oh. Oh, right. I was gonna be like, Psyche Lock? No, that's Phoenix's thing. Bracelet. Bracelet is Apollo's thing. Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to be in Justice We Trust. Yikes. Eek, a ghost. Ah, Detective Fulbright, what are you doing here? I have business with this young lady, if you must know. Prosecutor Blackquill has asked me to question her. Question me? Sorry, not interested. Are you here to ask about that whole yokai affair? That's right. Specifically, we want to ask... Ah, but I can't tell you that. Now can I? Ha 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 ha. Oh, come on, please. We're partners in justice, right? No. Prosecutor Blackquill specifically told me my questions were of utmost justice. Alright. I will not fall for your lies. In justice we trust. And you're trusting the justice of a convict. Your justice is very questionable. The Twisted Samurai sure has him on a short leash. So you're not a ghost? Maybe some sort of urban troll then. Now, come along, Miss Tenma, to the station with you. He took her away. Missed my chance to see what she was lying about. Well, at least we found out there's a secret mechanism for opening the chamber. Let's go check it out. I just hope they let us in now. Oh, LaBelle. Wait, your hair wasn't blue before. Oh, what an absolutely fabulous scent. I'm so glad I had these carnations imported from England. Nothing but the finest will do. Perhaps I should place one aside for our dearly departed alderman. Hey, it's Mr. LaBelle. Apollo, let's ask him about you-know-what. Oh yeah, before we search the Fox Chamber, we should ask about the blackmail letter. Why, if it isn't the mayor's little lawyers, what do you want from me? Oh, there's something we wanted to ask. What the? Where's that ringing come from? You'll have to excuse me. Hello, LaBelle here. Oh, those are phones. That looks ridiculous. What the? Those things on his shoulders are cell phones? Yes, about that. You must forgive me. This whole matter with Mayor Tenma has been a complete nightmare. Where do you buy clothes like that? Well, custom order, of course. Ah ha ha ha, surprised? This is my own special design. It's the ultimate in functional beauty. Functional beauty, are you sure about that? Looks a bit unwieldy to me. Ack! Ah ha ha ha. You simply don't have an eye for beauty. If having an eye for beauty means looking like this guy, I'd rather be blind. So, what do you want from me? Both Jinxie and Mr. Filch said they saw Tenma Tarot. But what about you, Mr. LaBelle? If you were in the foyer, what did you say? What did you see? Ack! Ah, ha ha ha. Very well, I admit it. That's right, Florent LaBelle saw the demon Tenma Tarot. So he did see something. Then why did you lie about not seeing him? I simply trying to protect dear little Jinxie. Protect Jinxie? What do you mean? Why, don't tell me you haven't heard of that strange little habit of hers. Which one are we talking about? The one where she wanders around making mischief without knowing what she's doing. Rumor has it she's possessed by Tenma Tarot. That one's new to me. Ah ha ha ha. Well, there you have it. Anytime you hear about Tenma Tarot sighting, little Jinxie should be your prime suspect. Tell us more about that rumor. So, what about the rumor about Jinxie? They say she's possessed. Not all the time, of course. It hits suddenly, but she starts wandering around doing strange things. Is that so? Although, come to think of it, we've literally just, seen that. That loathsome no-good Ninetales, he shall know the terror that is mine and despair. That certainly would explain how she was acting earlier. Yeah, this isn't good. Once she even put on a Tenma Tarot costume and wandered around the woods at night. She did.
Beware you who sealed me away.
What the heck was that? I wish I'd never asked. Does she remember anything while she's possessed? Unfortunately, no. She doesn't seem to remember a thing during these episodes. Memory loss during possession. Come to think of it, her memory of the murder scene was quite fuzzy. I suppose that, too, was caused by her possession. Ah, then maybe... Ah ha ha ha. So you do understand. That whole yokai business was entirely of her own making. Now wait a minute. Although that yokai evidence wasn't there until she discovered the crime scene, did she leave those black feathers and strange tracks there herself? Apollo, let's ask Mayor Tenma about Jinxie's episodes the next time we talk to him. I kind of want to go do that now instead of going to the Fox Chamber right away. But he's not here. Great. Okay. We'll have to do that later then. Oh, stop avoiding the Fox Chamber. Hey, we're trying to conduct an investigation here. Come back later once we're done. Oh well. Guess we'll have to find a way to kill some time. Let's go talk to Mr. LaBelle while we wait. Okay, there was something I wanted to ask him anyway. If you're looking for Mayor Tenma's aide, I saw him in the garden earlier. We won't be here much longer. Go keep that narcissist company in the meantime. Alright. Back to the garden, I guess. You know what? Let's just ask everyone about this statue. Yes? Do you always go around sticking your hand in other people's faces? Oh no, I just wanted to show you this. Yes, you do have something in that grimy paw of yours. But I only have eyes for things of beauty. Now, if you excuse me, guess I'll only look at stuff that interests them. Well, I don't know, crime photo? Okay, no. What would interest him? I don't know, blackmail? Yes. What is that? It's a blackmail letter, and it wasn't sent to Alderman Cube. It was sent to Mayor Tenma. And your point being, someone took the letter from the mayor's briefcase and then placed it in the alderman's pocket after he was murdered. Oh, you don't mean to say, you don't say. You wouldn't happen to be the one who made the switch, would you? After all, you're the only one who knew that the blackmail letter was in his briefcase. So naturally you act. Ah ha 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 ha. Perhaps that shot of cologne will make those scales fall off your eyes. Or my eyes fall from their sockets. Is it possible that you would like to frame me to be a potential suspect? What would make you raise such an outrageous allegation in the first place? Oh, well, ah ha 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 ha. My only crime is being born as beautiful as you see me here. In other words, you have nothing. Now, let me show you what to do with this garbage. Ah, you can't destroy evidence like that. What do you mean I can't? I just did. Ah ha 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 ha. Feel a little lighter now? You've just won a one-way trip to the top of my most annoying people ever list, buddy. Are you done with your silly questions now? I'm a very busy man, you know. I guess that's it for now. Hello, LaBelle speaking. Really? You wish to carry my new product at your store? Oh, I'm afraid it's my own private brand. It's not available to the public. What? Then I shouldn't advertise it on TV? But I don't understand. As the embodiment of beauty, it is my duty to announce my good looks to the world. Stop the bus, I'm getting off. Ah ha ha ha. Everyone wants my exclusive Je suis LaBelle brand products. It's the ground cruel of my collection, born of my long, relentless pursuit of beauty. But now that it's become so popular, it's been an absolute nightmare. You don't say. Well, they can't have it. It's just for me. Then why put it on TV? I agree with the person on the phone. It's not meant for you peasants. Peasants? This is my latest product. I'm calling it Couleur de Belle. A dazzling hair color that you can wash out with just water. Guess that means you can't sweat. And also explains the blue hair. But yeah, exactly. You're just gonna sweat and then the dye is gonna go everywhere and then it's gonna stain your clothes. He's gonna hate this product in a while. I have 7 colors in all. You can find out more in my commercials and magazine ads. Yet it's not available to the public. Great sales strategy there, genius. Come to think of it, Mr. LaBelle, your hair color has changed since the last time we met. How did it take them this long to realize? It went from blonde to like this cobalt blue. Like, it's such an intense color. Ah ha 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 ha. The little lady is quite the discerning eye. Here's a little sample. Consider it a gift for one who truly appreciates beauty. Oh. Apollo? What should I do? Better take it before you get a face full of gloom. Good point. Wow, thanks, Mr. LaBelle. Couleur de LaBelle added to the court record. That's gonna... I know that's gonna come in handy somehow. I just don't know how yet. Okay, let's head over to the Fox Chamber. We still gotta find the secret mechanism for opening the Forbidden Chamber. Alright. Now let's go to the Fox Chamber. Okay, let's find that secret mechanism for opening the Forbidden Chamber. Oh, this is exciting. I can't wait to see how it works. But do you really think the killer entered the Forbidden Chamber? We'll just have to open it to find out. We should also see if there's anywhere the killer could have hid in this room. Okay, let's get started. I don't know that word. Okay. Let me figure out how to... Let me figure out how to pronounce it. Pronunciation. Apurate. Okay, apurate, Apollo, apurate. There we go. Oh, now we can examine. Alright, now where would the no, that was there before. Was that there before? Maybe the killer hid under this table. That would be a terrible hiding place. The alderman body would have been right above. Maybe you're right. Guess the underside is a bit... Wait, there's something under the table. Let's check it out. Oh, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Hey, look, there's something down here. It looks like the piece of something. Only question is piece of what? Oh, I know. It might be the piece of the statue. Remember what Jinxie said? The statue originally depicted 2 yokai holding up a cup. It was a symbol of goodwill. So this piece broke off and rolled under the table. Yeah, and the reason why I was looking for this chat is because I wanted to see if there was any blood on the dish. Because that will make it either, well, prove either that, yeah, hitting the mayor broke it off, or it was broken off beforehand. Which I just have a sneaking suspicion about that. So let me just... let's go to the court record. I want to examine it. Can I not examine further? I guess not. Okay. I'm sure that'll come up later on then. Because it doesn't look like there's any blood, but yeah, I don't know. Okay, no, that's not what I was okay. I wasn't pointing at that, I was pointing at the table again. I don't know. To be fair, the other things underneath the table were like cups and stuff, so yeah, and it's checked off. Alright, let's check out the door. Still no keyhole, huh? Yeah, and the door won't budge, just like those spiky banks of yours. Well, all it takes is some water, but I don't think that would work on the door. Oh, I know. I'll break it down with a body slam. I seriously doubt you can do that. Tisk, how do you know if you haven't tried? No, wait, don't. Ah! As much as you hate losing, Athena, I think the door won this match. Alright, let's see. See anything that looks like a secret mechanism. We already looked at that. I just remembered something. The perpetrator meant to hide behind the door. Nobody was... oh, right, yeah. A clever trick. But it would have been impossible in this case. See this broken Tanuki statue here? The door must have banged into it while it was open. Oh, I get it. The killer couldn't have been there because of the statue. Right. Folding screen? Anything behind there? Two foxes standing back to back are depicted on this elegant folding screen. Could this have something to do with the keyhole? Wait a minute. Two foxes. There are two fox statues in front of the Forbidden Chamber as well. Maybe the keyhole will appear if we do something to this folding screen. But I don't see anything unusual about it. Well, it doesn't have two foxes on it, and there are two foxes statues in front of the door. Then maybe there's a clue somewhere in this room. Let's turn the whole place upside down. She's as excited as a kid in the candy store. I think I know what to do. I think we need to do something to the statues. There's a carving of the nine-tailed fox over the door, and statues of him on either side. The way those statues are glaring, it's like they're guarding the door from us. Come to think of it, there are two fox statues on the folding screen as well. It can't be a coincidence, can it? Hey, this statue moves. Don't get carried away now. I mean, who knows? It might trigger a trap. Haha, I can handle it. If a spear comes shooting my way, I'll snatch it out of the air. After all, I have the reflexes of a regular karate kid. I guess if you can catch something that fast out of midair, you can accomplish anything. Still, there might be something to the fact that these statues rotate. Maybe there's something around here that shows the position they should be in. Well, the folding screen did. Well, I can't think of anywhere else to look. You find anything, Apollo? We'll never find the keyhole to the forbidden chamber at this rate. Just turn them. Turn the statues to not face each other. There's something about that folding screen. You know how the fox statues in front of the forbidden chamber move? That screen must be a clue as to how we're supposed to position them or something. Hey, I bet you're right. Let's go over that screen with a fine-tooth comb. Okay. Nothing much to see on this side. Maybe we should go check the other side. Fine. Let's look at it again. On a closer inspection, I think there's more to the screen that meets the eye. Let's check every last inch of it. I can rotate the folding screen, and if I spot anything of interest, I can press space. You can zoom in and out with B and M to get a better look. Now let's check every last inch of it. Oh, I think I see. Oh, well. It's a picture of a key. That shape looks awfully familiar. Oh, I know. It's shaped like the Forbidden Chamber's key. We're definitely getting warmer. Okay, let's take a even closer look. Okay, so it's not facing like away from each other, it's facing towards each other. Because you need to fold the screen in for the keys to match the locks or something. What's this? Looks like a key holder or something. You think it could be a keyhole to the Forbidden Chamber? Wait, what about that key drawn on the end of the screen? You think the two are related? A key and a keyhole. Oh, I just got an idea. If we fold the screen up just right, the key and keyhole should overlap. Hey, I think you're right. Let's give it a try. Okay, yeah, spread it out. Fold it up. There we go. Look, a door. Hey, and it's open too. The two foxes are now facing each other, so... Hey, what if we make those fox statues face each other? Apollo, let's go check out those two statues. Don't just check them out, turn them. Help me move the two statues so they face each other, just like on the screen. Finally. Look. A lock appeared. Now put the key in the keyhole. Now we can use that key. Okay, here goes nothing. It worked. Time to see why this chamber is so forbidden. What secrets could it hold, I wonder? And sometimes this game is like you're watching Dora Explorer again, and it's just like, just do the thing already. These doors need some serious oil. Ah, that was like nails on a chalkboard. Oh, right. Forgot about those super good ears of yours. Wait a minute. Is that the hair stuff on the ground? I think we found our evidence. Look, more feathers. Ah! Eek! Well, I hate that. What the heck is that? Is that a Tenmatero statue? But there's something odd about it. All I know is that I don't like it, but I can't explain why. Because he's a demon and he's terrifying. You okay, Athena? You look kinda pale. You're not scared, are you? What? Of this thing? Don't make me laugh. Really? Hey, look! What is it? Over there, on the left, there's a bunch of staves on the rack. I like how that's the thing you noticed first. They kind of look like the staff we saw earlier. You mean the one Jinxie saw when she saw Ten Matero carrying? Yeah, I bet our Ten Matero impersonator really did come in here at some point. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's search the place. Alright. Well, I guess we'll look at this first since you pointed it out first. Hey, there's a bunch of staves here. And it looks like one's missing. Okay. I'd have to agree. These look like the one Detective Fulbright showed us. Why do you think there's so many here? Maybe they're spares. Ten Matero might be, you know, absent-minded or something? But the fact that he has spare staves handy, well, it shows that he's aware of his faults and is trying to deal with them. Or at least that's my take on it. Maybe this will remind her to deal with her own faults. But I wouldn't hold my breath. A stone lantern. Looks like one of those Japanese garden lamps. Where's the switch? Lamps like these are lit by fire, not electricity. So there is no switch. Oh, here it is. What? It was hidden out of sight. I see. Ten Matero's cell has been fitted with all the amenities a yokai could want. Okay. Well, I guess you don't want to give this thing, like, fire. Whoa, that's one big statue. Must be something like 15 feet tall. And look, this Ten Matero has a staff. And the Ten Matero on the scroll didn't have one. I wonder why. I feel like this could be significant, but why? I don't know. Better keep it in the back of their mind for now. Let's take a closer look. First, to go around this table. Ah, Apollo. Are you sure that's a good idea? Hey, it looks like there's some sort of compartment in the base of the statue. Don't open it. Who knows what might be in there? Well, we're opening it. It's just a big empty compartment. And from all the dust and cobwebs, I'd say it hasn't been opened in a really long time. That's enough, Apollo. Let's shut it and... Wait, there is something in here. What the heck is that? Looks like some sort of figure, but it's so dusty I can't tell what it's supposed to be. Wonder what it's doing here. I don't know what that is. It's like some sort of demon with like a little thing or something. Also, I thought there was no other exits in this chamber, and there's a window right there. Oh, look, there's an air vent here too. I guess even forbidden chambers need proper ventilation. But I don't think anyone could reach this one either. Yeah, and there's nothing to stand on around here. I wonder where this vent leads. Have you forgotten that Ten Matero can fly? Duh. Well, the Fox Chamber's vent didn't branch this way, so maybe it doesn't have anything to do with this case after all. I think we should still check it out, but alright. Looks like a gravestone or something. It reads, here lies Ten Matero, age 80. Cause of death, choked on a chicken bone. Huh? Say it ain't so. Besides, that sounds more like an autopsy report than an epitaph, if you ask me. Wait, you're joking around because you're scared. Is that your coping mechanism? I'm not scared. Freak out Central. Right here, baby. Cut it out, widget. Denial is strong with this one. Alright, let's check out the things that I noticed right away now. Looks like an old scroll, and there's something drawn on it. Unless I'm mistaken, it looks like an old guy, some sort of monk maybe. A monk? What are you talking about? You know, people that take walks in the mountains as a form of spiritual training? Wouldn't that just be a hiker? The guy in this picture doesn't look like he's doing this for fun, Athena. Oh look, there's some yellow thing strapped to his back. Puts it on a pedestal and it's like... Oh! Whoa, it's turning into Ten Matero. What's this scroll getting at? Is this somehow Ten Matero was born? That, or it's a step-by-step how to release him? Well, whatever it is, it's definitely creepy. I agree with that. Okay, let's check the feathers, and then I want to look at that hair dye, because that should be all the proof we need. Black feathers, they look exactly like the ones in the fox chamber. That means the killer must have been in here at some point. The question is, why? Maybe the Ten Matero costume was hidden in here, I mean? If someone carried it through the manor, it would have stuck out like a sore thumb. But when did the killer get in here? The mayor snatched the forbidden chamber key when the killer hit him on the head. That means the killer could have only gotten in here before the murder. Wow, this is one tough riddle, alright? Finally, last but not least, what's this? Whatever it is, the packaging is really gaudy. Uh-huh. Come on, you almost got it, Apollo. And the fact that there's no dust on it means it hasn't been here very long. Oh, it's hand cream. Let's see what brand it is. Je suis la belle. La Belle? What the? But then, wouldn't that mean Mr. LaBelle was here? I guess so. But why? Well, whoever was dressed up like Ten Matero must have taken a staff from here in the Forbidden Chamber. And that same person probably dropped this hand cream at that time. In other words, the Ten Matero impersonator we're looking for is none other than LaBelle. Florent LaBelle. Dun dun dun! This might be a big break for us in the court tomorrow. Now all we have to do is get the truth out of Mayor Tenma. Guess that about wraps it up. What now? We should probably talk to some of the witnesses again. You mean like Mr. Filch and Jinxie? Yeah, I really want to ask Mr. Filch about the village superstitions in Ten Matero. Yeah, and Jinxie, like, sleepwalking or whatever she was doing. So, let's see. Yokai Lane. Let's talk to Jinxie first. Oh. Okay, she's not there anymore. Let's just go to the detention center then. Not there either. Foyer? There we go. These darn people need to stop moving around. Then again, I don't expect them to stand in the same place all day. Oh, right, we did need to talk to Filch as well. It's the curse of Ten Matero. Eek! You outsiders are ignoring them superstitions at our peril. Mind your own business, will ya? Ah. Youch. What's all this about a curse? Ten Matero's gonna curse us all, lest ya stop sticking your nose where it don't belong. Stop the investigation. Listen to what them superstitions say. Right, how about obeying the law before you go obeying the superstitions? Huh? Hey, what are you doing with Widget around your neck? He's mine. Oh, I didn't even realize. Stop stealing stuff. Maybe this really is Dora. Swiper no swiping. Instead of filch no swiping. The same goes for my bracelet. Yeah, you stole his bracelet again, too. Stop stealing stuff. Sorry. I promise I won't do it again. Yeah, you said that last time. Tisk. He almost kidnapped my sweet little widget. The big jerk. I'm sorry. Uh-huh. Yeah, you're never really sorry. At least you can't teach an old raccoon dog no new tricks. As long as we have him here, I guess we should ask him about what happened. I can't believe you did that. It's one thing to steal a pair of shoes, but to steal a widget? Grr. Yikes! Mercy! I can't seem to control myself. It's that thieving blood running through my brain. My veins. Running through his brain, too. Thieving blood? What's that supposed to mean? Glad you asked. He's a long line of thieving generations. The infamous bandit, Azuki Kuzo was my grandpappy. Take a gander at this. What exactly am I looking at? Looks like another one of those yokai to me. Oh! Wait, that was in the statue. It's none other than the Azuki Kuzo. Robbed from the rich to give to the poor, he did. And he'd leave one of those figures behind at the scene of the crime. What's more, I'm his grandson. 'Cause he was my grandpappy. Yeah, well, that makes sense. Wow, you don't say. Thieves' honor is the honest truth. Ah, the sloshing sound of Azuki beans scraping together in the dead o' night. It's the magical sound of dirty money getting washed clean for giving out to the poor. I'm Azuki Kuzo, washer of money, giver outer of Welsh... I'm Azuki Kuzo, washer of money, giver outer of wealth, reborn. Okay, well, I doubt you're giving the things you're stealing to the poor. I think you're just stealing them for your own gain. Forget the money. You should be washing yourself with this nasty habit. Wait a second. This figure looks familiar. Yes, it looks just like that old dusty figure we found in the Forbidden Chamber. Exactly. Man, Apollo and Athena are slow sometimes. Hey! What you doing with that there figure? Oh, this? We found it in the Forbidden Chamber. Looks like it'll been there practically forever. Could mean my grandpappy broke into the Forbidden Chamber way back. Hey, that reminds me. He once told me there's treasure in that chamber. Treasure? Did his grandpappy break into the Forbidden Chamber, or did he? Is this a case where there's two people guilty? What do you know about the treasure in the Forbidden Chamber? Only that it's the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it. Said there's an amazing treasure in there. There's something amazing in there? Didn't see anything like that, though. Your grandfather didn't, by chance, already steal it, didn't he? Seeing how there's one of his figures in there, that just might be. That grandpappy for ya. That's grandpappy for you. Bet he washed that treasure up real good before handing it out to the poor. Oh, of course, because he was so righteous. Yeah, I don't think he handed out to the poor either. In court, you mentioned seeing Ten Matero nearing the scene of the crime. Sorry, I didn't come clean right away, but Them superstitions got the better of me. The people of Ninetails Vale sure seemed like a superstitious bunch. I'm not surprised you wouldn't want to talk about seeing Tenmatero. Darn right, them superstitions scared me out of my wits, I tell you. That's why I'm gonna do exactly what they say from now on. So you plan to stay here in Ninetails Vale? Yep, I'm gonna keep living right here and keep with the old ways, just like my grandpappy did. Them superstitions are like a rule book to me. Wait, so you're saying you actually believe in those old wives' tales? Ain't you been listening to word I said? You're going to do exactly what them superstitions say. Well, I say that's baloney. Sorry. I feel like I zoned out for a second there. Rule book. Yeah, I'm gonna keep living right here. Talk about Tenmatero. Darn right, those okay. Let's see. Do not gaze, do not tell others if you see him ignoring superstitions, your immediate departure from the village. Freeing him will bring ruin upon the village. Let's try this first. It's clear written here, ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it, your immediate departure from the village. Ah! So according to this, you shouldn't have been here, let alone talking with us. You said you plan on staying right here in Ninetails Vale. But if you really believed in the superstitions, you would have long gone by now. What? I know you've been lying to me. Time to come clean, Mr. Filch. Yipes! You were lying about believing in the superstitions, weren't you? Sorry, but I didn't have no choice. So, what was the real reason you couldn't talk about saying Tenmatero? It's all that pretty boy's fault. Mr. LaBelle, if you know what I mean. He told me not to say a word about seeing Tenmatero. He said if I did, he'd do to me what them superstitions said would happen. So it was Mr. LaBelle who muzzled you. Why would Mr. LaBelle want to scare you into silence? Mr. LaBelle was trying to protect that little maid gal. It was on account of that rumor, but the one about her being possessed. That rumor again. Guess you really do have to talk to Mayor Tenma about the possession rumor. Ouch! Hey, watch it. Village superstition stolen by Finny. Oh, come on! Stop stealing! I'll be taking this back now. Kinda like family to me. You could have just asked instead of stealing it. I guess we already know the superstitions. It should be fine to not have that anymore. I hope. Yeah, I think that was it. Let's go see Mr. Tenmatero one more time. Just thinking about dealing with that yokai again makes me want to say pass. Alright, back to the detention center. Lord Tenma, your attorneys are here to see you. Your malevolence. This is awkward. Why are you speaking like that? Oh, Mayor Tenma, you've returned. Yes, well, Jinxie came by earlier to apply a new charm to my head. It seems to be suppressing the demon within me. That's a relief. Maybe we'll actually get somewhere this time. So, what can I do for you today? We'd like to ask about the rumor that Jinxie is possessed. Ah. She allegedly left the yokai evidence at the scene while under a demon's power. At least that's what the prosecution is going to claim at tomorrow's trial. Huh? Oh, well, that didn't suppress him for long. Kaka, no matches this warding charm for me. Ah, the charm. Tenmatero's back. Those foolish mortals, they shall regret blaming that child for my doings. Ah, I knew it. That question brought that yokai back. And he's probably won't drop the act until Jinxie's name is cleared either. We'd like to ask you about something your aide Florent Labelle mentioned. Did you know Jinxie is rumored to be possessed? I know not of what you speak. You're not trying to protect Jinxie, are you? I, Tenmatero, demon lord of the yokai, protect a mere mortal? Kaka, no affections do I possess for your race of humans. Please, you've already proved there was a third party disguised as a yokai at the time. But if you deny that tomorrow, we'll never be able to clear Mayor Tenma's name. But I have already told you, I know not of what you speak. I don't think we'll get anywhere, I don't think we'll get anything more out of him. It's all over unless we can somehow prove that Jinxie didn't plant that yokai evidence. Okay, well, we have the Labelle stuff. I feel like that would prove it, but maybe I'm wrong. Hey, Apollo, I think I've got this one. I think I can prove that she didn't do it. Really? Sure. I should be able to use psychology to explain that whole possession thing. Knock yourself out then. Wow, Athena's really something. I can really count on her when it counts. Okay, the real story. Mayor Tenma, Jinxie isn't possessed. I believe her so-called possession episodes are a form of somnambulism. Somnambulism? You mean sleepwalking? Yes, I mean she is exhibiting a rare form of the disorder. It's usually brought on by repressed stress. Mr. Mayor, didn't her symptoms start as soon as she began her job at Ninetails Vale? The child visited last. She did speak of dreading yokai and how they rob her of sleep each night. I knew it. That lack of sleep is causing her to enter an unconscious state. And that means she can't be trying to protect you, at least not on a conscious level. So then, the Tenmatero that was spotted at the manor wasn't Jinxie. Sleepwalking, eh? That would indeed explain the matter. Look, Tenmatero spirit. It's left the mayor's body. Can you tell us the truth now, Mayor Tenma? Very well. It's the least I could do for a suburb exorcist as yourself. Mayor Tenma, you didn't leave those feathers and tracks at the scene, did you? I did not. Neither I nor Jinxie have anything to do with that. That said, the killer's doing, no doubt. I knew it. You suspect Florent is behind all this. But why? Did he really want Ninetails Vale that badly? Can you think of any reason why? Looking back, he did seem fixated on Tenmatero for a spell. Ah, could it be? Perhaps he was attempting to release Tenmatero. That's crazy. Are you saying that yokai is real? However the case, Tenmatero brings nothing but pain and misfortune. It's as the superstitions warn. You must not gaze upon him nor free him from his prison. But how can people actually believe that? Well, at least we know who's behind this whole Tenmatero thing now. Yeah, and I think we need to have another nice long chat with Mr. LaBelle. Your dinner is ready, Your Malevolence. Ah, an offering to the Demon King. You may place it right there. The kitchen crew poured their heart and soul into making it. Did they now? Souls happen to be a favorite of mine. Just hold the hearts next time. Caca. Yes, Your Malevolence. I'll remember that. How long is he planning to keep this yokai charade? Well, we've already talked to Mr. Filch and Mayor Tenma, so why don't we go see Florent LaBelle next, now that we know the truth? He won't be able to claim that Tenmatero or Jinxie or the mayor anymore. But the real question is, how are we going to get him to admit it was him? Yeah, I don't know how visiting him is actually going to do anything this time. Okay, now let's practice that again. Filchy, from the top. Mr. LaBelle was in the foyer at the time of the crime. And when we, heard a scream, heck. What was the next part again? They're definitely working together. You have the memory capacity of a flea. That is the 30th time, you know. Now 100 times more and we're done. What on earth are they practicing? Aw, I ain't cut out for this. Whoopsie daisy. Ow! Oh, begging your pardon, Mr. LaBelle, sir. It's just all this... unbelievable. What if you had sullied my outfit and with those grubby paws of yours? Did Filch LaBelle's wallet just now? So, what do you think you're up to this time, Apollo? Oh, it's you two. Eavesdropping, are we? Poof, you peasants are so tacky. Well, what do you want from me? Your confession to being the Tenmatero impersonator would be nice right about now. Mr. Filch filled me in on a conversation you two had, and about how you told him not to say a word about seeing Tenmatero. Filchy, you fool! I told you nothing would come of you running your mouth. So why would you want to keep Mr. Filch quiet like that, Mr. LaBelle? Ah ha ha ha! Why? To protect darling little Jinxie, of course. But Jinxie was never really possessed. She was sleepwalking. Being asleep all that time, she couldn't have been consciously trying to protect the mayor. That also means she couldn't have possibly been Tenmatero. Interesting. But where are you going with this? Since you asked so politely, I believe you have a different reason for trying to keep Mr. Filch quiet. That reason would be to deflect doubt away from the one who was really Tenmatero. Ah ha 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 ha. Now this is getting interesting. Are you insinuating that I'm Tenmatero? So sorry to disappoint, but I'm nothing the sort. Right. I said Tenmatero is Jinxie, you fool. Honestly, you had the memory capacity of a flea. Practice it 100 more times. Yipes. Excuse me? So, have you been called to testify tomorrow? Yes, and I'm so looking forward to my courtroom debut. Right. But you'll just have to wait until then. Ahahaha! Oh, I'll be waiting with a special piece of evidence I've been saving just for you. Felchi, wake up, you lazy bones. Huh? What? Was I sleeping? Ugh. Must have been that sweet clone of yours, Mr. LaBelle. Made me right sleepy, it did. Well, it's time for your lesson. Now what to do and say tomorrow. Oh, I'm begging ya, not another lesson. I ain't cut out for this thinking and remembering stuff. Yeah. Right up the schmoozle. What he said. Keep quiet and do exactly as I say. No, please. Nothing but another lesson. Oh well. There they go. Missed our chance to get the truth out of him. Yeah, well, we'll be getting proof we need in court tomorrow, one way or another. All that's left now is that lie Jinxie told. We'd better go clear that up before tomorrow. You think they're done questioning Jinxie? Maybe. Let's see if she's over on the Yokai Lane shopping for more charms. Alright. Accursed nine-tailed fox, the time for settling the score is nigh. My grudge has been festering over time. At last vengeance will be mine. Grr. She must be possessed or sleepwalking again. Maybe if I speak softly I won't startle her and get a charm plastered on my forehead. Psst, Jinxie. Huh? Oh, hello, Mr. Demon Lawyer. My charms must have fallen off again. Phew. Guess I can avoid a charm slap on, sorry, brain farts. Phew, guess I can avoid a charm slap by toning down my cords of steel. Are they done questioning you, Jinxie? Uh-huh. And on the way back, I stopped here to buy a new charm that was just released. Yeah, which one? Oh, the one with the nine-tailed fox and ten Matero. It shows them dancing together. Really? Two bitter rivals dancing together? Uh-huh. It's a charm for rebuilding burnt bridges. Oh, right, for the municipal merger issue. No, it's for the demon lawyer and the insomniac prosecutor. It'll stop you two from fighting like you did in the courtroom this morning. We weren't fighting, it's just a spiritual debate. It's what us lawyers act. No fighting. Charm slapped again. Apollo, if you're done playing around, let's find out what she was lying about. Alright. Jinxie, it seems like you're starting to remember things. You've already said the feathers and tracks weren't there when you discovered the crime. Have you remembered anything else that seems important? Eek! Like what? Tell us what you saw that day. Maybe you'll remember something else this time. Eek! When I opened the door, Papa and Alderman QB were collapsed in the Fox chamber. That's when Papa told me to call an ambulance and the police. That's all he said before he passed out in the chair. I knew it. She's holding something back. Jinxie, it seems like you're starting to remember things. Oh, what? Oh, just a moment. I forgot how this works. Alright. It's like a different button. Right, proceed. Alright. That's all he said before he passed out in the... He passed out in the chair. Listen again. Oh. I don't know, it's moving. Let's try that. You were very nervous when you said that's all he said, weren't you? I know because I saw your fingers move as if you were going to slap someone with a charm. Huh? Listen to me, Jinxie. This is very important. Did Mayor Tenma say anything else to you? It was nothing. He was just talking in his sleep. Talking in his sleep. So you admit he did say something else. Eek! How could you tell? Only a demon could have such powers. Well, you're calling me the demon lawyer, so I guess I must be a demon. Oh. Just a moment. Alright. Back to it. Like I said, he was just talking in his sleep. I mean, why else would Papa say something like that? Could you be a little bit more specific? Before he fainted, he said, "Forgive me, Jinxie. I killed Alderman Kyubi." What? He said what? The mayor actually confessed to his crime? But he didn't mean it. He couldn't possibly have known what he was saying. He was probably possessed, or maybe he was in the middle of a nightmare. A nightmare? No, this is a nightmare. This is one statement I wish I'd never heard. What in the world are we going to do now? Return to the basics. That's right. Always believe in your client, no matter what happens. That is a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. Right. Just believe in my client, even if all I can see ahead is darkness and despair. Jinxie, did Prosecutor Blackwell know about your father's confession? I didn't mention it when he was questioning me. I mean, there's no way Papa's the killer. Why would the mayor confess like that? Could he really have been dreaming or simply delirious? Who knows? But I feel like I'm in a living nightmare right now. Apollo, what are we gonna do about tomorrow's trial? The crime scene was locked tight until Jinxie arrived, and our clients even confessed. Not only that, Jinxie has been accused of planting the yokai evidence. Both the mayor and Jinxie are going to be going to prison if we don't do something. I know. Well, let's see here. Our lack of a third party in the locked room is a major problem. Jinxie has testified that when she first opened the door, the Alderman Kyubi and Mayor Tenma were the only people she saw in the Fox Chamber, and the real killer must have been hiding in there as well. Considering the room was locked tight, that's the only logical explanation. Our mystery person must have fled the Fox Chamber when it was opened. And then when Jinxie saw what she thought was Tenma Taro. But Papa and the Alderman were the only two people in there. I didn't see anyone else. What's going on here? LaBelle's extremely pale, and he's far from transparent. So just how did he hide himself at the scene of the crime? Yeah, that's still the mystery, huh? Whatever it takes in the courtroom tomorrow, Apollo. All we have to take down the dirty, rotten Tenmatero Florent LaBelle. Right. We'll get him with a legal exorcism, justice style. Alright. We got this. Okay, let's just oversave that. Alright, trial time. Day 2, court is now in session. All rise. Court is back in session for the trial of Damien Tenma. Apollo Justice Defense Team Leader is ready, Your Honor. Athena Sykes, Assistant Defender, is ready too, Your Honor. Je suis prête. As chipper as ever, I see, and in French, no less. And the prosecution? Very well then. By the way, I asked Detective Fulbright to provide sturdier shackles today. There will be no more of your funny business this time, Prosecutor Blackwell. Now, your opening statement, if you would. I believe it's standard procedure for the prosecution to handle it. Looks like the judge is really bringing it today. He probably realized how Blackwell played him. That was one main game of Simon Says. Yeah, his honor has to fight to defend his honor today. Your baldness. It's plain to see that you've always dreamed of delivering an epic opening statement. I have? I don't know if I'd say that. Well, of course you have. I saw it in your eyes the last time you gave the opening statement. That was the look of one who yearns deeply for the thrill of an epic opening statement. For a decade now, you have been watching opening statements from your bench. They were the crown jewels of the court. One thing you could not possess. The crown jewels of the court? Now, at long last, they are within your grasp. Okay, I guess we're playing Simon Says again. How could you possibly refuse? Oh, so you don't mind if I do it then? I'll make a special exception, just this once. Here we go again. Yep, more Blackwell's mind games. Well, in that case, I think I might go ahead and make the opening statement myself. Ahem, in yesterday's session, we learned the shocking truth that the victim Alderman Rex Kyubi was the Amazing Ninetales. We also learned that the Amazing Ninetales was a key figure in the yokai craze and the anti-merger protest. It was further revealed that upon learning Rex Kyubi's secret identity, Mayor Damien Tenma murdered him. The fact that the crime took place in a tightly locked room was also brought into light. And the only people in the tightly locked room were the defendant and the victim. The defense proposed the existence of a hypothetical third party. But further investigation revealed no proof of a third party who had escaped the room. Ergo, we must conclude that the evidence against the defendant is, well, conclusive. Eek! Did I say something wrong? Oh boy! That was quite astonishing. You've truly outdone yourself this time. Oh, heh, one more thing to boast about to my grandchildren. Grandchild. Well, this was not unexpected turn of events? No, not at all. Now then, it seems the prosecution has called the new witness to testify. The inexplicable yokai evidence left at the scene of the crime. Well, does that not demand some sort of explanation? The feathers and tracks, weren't those left by the mayor while he was possessed? That, but an act to protect his daughter. That was an act to protect his daughter. Oh, yes, of course. I had suspected as well. As much. Wait, did he actually believe the mayor's award-winning performance? His daughter was the one who planted the yokai evidence. Ergo, the true identity of the yokai in the manor was the manor's maid, Jinxie Chen.
Objection!
The prosecution is engaging in mere conjecture. Would you care for some witness testimony then? For I am ready to prove that the little scamp is the one behind the 10 Materos farce. Witness testimony. I'll bet he means Felch and that creep LaBelle. Alright, bring it on. Very well then. Bailiff, would you bring in the first witness? Mr. Felch, you made quite the hasty exit yesterday. See that it doesn't happen again today. Been known for my hasty retreats since I was a kid. Bit of a trademark of mine. Indeed. You managed to give a total of 5 bailiffs the slip. Jeez. Need better bailiffs. Like those amateurs could ever nab me. Yipes! Perhaps we should shackle you by the neck. That would keep you in place. Yipes! No please, I'm liable to rip my own head off if I start running. Your statement now. Yes, sir, Mr. Blackhead, sir. He may beat a hasty retreat, but there's no escaping Prosecutor Blackwell. Yeah, Blackwell doesn't strike me as the give-up-easy type. Now then, Mr. Filch, your testimony, please. Specifically, the true nature of the yokai you saw in the manor shortly after the crime. Alright, before we get into his testimony, my feet are freezing, so I'm gonna go get some slippers or socks to warm those up, and maybe some milk as well, because I'm having bad cramps right now, so. I shall be back in a moment. get into this case now. What is this gonna be? I'm sure it'll be bad testimony, considering it's Filch. Tenma Tara's really that little maid gal. Ain't no doubt about it. I mean, the Tenma Tara I saw was just a little thing, about her size. But the little runt had a big old staff. I seen it when she came into the foyer. Betcha she stole it from the Forbidden Chamber after stumbling on the crime scene. She was gonna use it to wallop me on account of my fierce reputation, I just know it. Alright? So, the Tenma Tara was short in stature. And that's because it was Miss Jinxie Tenma all along. That's what he says, but... you really believe him? You betcha. Besides, all the rest in the manor were way taller than her. Feigning height is but an easy thing. But a big ox like the defendant would never pass for short. What if the Tenma Tara impersonator was walking on their knees? Weren't no knee walking, I seen it myself. Then perhaps that yokai really was Miss Tenma after all. Nah. All monsters are naught but tricks, either of the mind or the cheap parlor variety. So you're saying she created an illusion like one of those magical eye things. Precisely. Human senses are easily deceived. Take the fellow in the cell next to me. Each night he cries and screams about some ghost he thinks he sees. But in truth, it was simply the janitor. Ho ho ho, Prosecutor Blackwell just gave up the ghost, literally. The janitor's deathly complexion and all-white attire are no doubt partially to blame. That and the fact that he constantly mutters about taking vengeance for this or that. That actually sounds like a real ghost to me. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Well, I think we know what to present. Big old staff, I seen it when she came to the fire. Betcha she stole it from the Forbidden Chamber after stumbling upon the crime scene. Yeah, how would she get into the Forbidden Chamber? We're the only ones with a key.
Objection!
It would seem that Tenma Tara was, in fact, not this innocent little girl. Huh? How you figure that? You claim that the Tenma Tara you saw had one of those staves from the Forbidden Chamber. But it would have been impossible for Miss Tenma to get a hold of one. Care to elaborate, Mr. Justice? The mayor swallowed this key shortly after the murder. He wanted to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber. What's this? This key was deep in the mayor's stomach. Then, Miss Tenma discovered the crime scene. So you see, it would have been impossible for her to get into the Forbidden Chamber. In short, the Tenma Tara seen holding that staff could not have been Jinxie Tenma. What? Off to a good start. But then who does the defense believe was impersonating Tenma Tara? Our Tenma Tara impersonator is none other.
Objection!
Such accusations beg evidence. Aside from his ghastly appearance, can you prove he is the yokai we seek? Yes, in fact, I can. Very well, let's see whether the defense is going with this. Mr. Justice, please show us proof as to the true true identity of 10 Matero's impersonator. Right here.
Take that!
We found this hand cream in the Forbidden Chamber. And we know that whoever was 10 Matero took one of the staves out of there in short. I believe whoever this hand cream belongs to is the yokai impersonator we're looking for. But Mr. Justice, how do you propose to identify the hand cream's owner? I'm glad you asked, Your Honor. The defense requests a fingerprint analysis on this piece of evidence. It might tell us who it belongs to. Interesting. So expect to find the yokai prints there. Very well. I hereby call a short recess while we wait for the fingerprint results. No need for that, Your Boldness. We have the prints of everyone at the manor that day. You called Prosecutor Blackwell? Could anyone be more whipped? Fulbright, analyze this for prints. You have 3 minutes. Your wish is my command. Very well, then. I guess we'll just wait here, then. It would seem the fingerprint analysis is complete. What did the results show? What in the world? They're Florent Labelle's prints, aren't they? This is absurd. Prosecutor Blackwell? I'm not gonna like this, am I? Don't tell me. They're 10 Matero's prints. Fingerprint analysis has revealed that the prints belong to Phineas Filch. Okay, yeah. It had to be Labelle or Filch, so
Objection!
I guess that makes sense. He could have stolen it. Maybe Labelle's clear. Then Mr. Labelle wasn't the one who entered the Forbidden Chamber. Well, but then he's like coaching him on what to say and stuff. They're working together.
Objection!
Why, you tricksy little tanuki? Explain yourself now. Sure. Them prints are mine. I mean, I did pilfer that hand cream from Mr. Labelle, after all. So you're the one who entered the Forbidden Chamber. So what if I did? Got a problem with it? Yipes! You fool of a tanuki. Order. Mr. Justice, care to explain what this could mean? Excellent question. The fact that Mr. Filch was in the Forbidden Chamber. Wait a second. Does this mean the 10 Matero holding that staff was Phineas Filch? Yipes! Another cat out of the bag. Mr. Filch is 10 Matero? He is short in stature. I don't understand. Does this mean Mr. Filch is the real killer? The witness will explain himself this instant. Begging your pardon, Your Honorship, but I was just doing what the Elderman told me. He wanted me to be 10 Matero in the village exorcism ritual. Oh, you mean that event at the Ninetails Vale Festival? So that was you inside 10 Matero costume? Yep, and after the event, I went to watch that pro wrestling program. But it bored me to tears on account of the wrestlers being complete jobbers. So he didn't actually watch the entire wrestling match. That's when I looked at the 10 Matero costume and got a great idea. Nobody can tell it's me while I'm wearing it. And cause of the superstitions, no matter what I do, the villagers wouldn't say a word. In other words, you use the superstitions to effectively render yourself invisible. Why would you want to enter the Forbidden Chamber in the first place? Cause of the treasure there. thought that was my big chance to sneak on in, nab it. Treasure? Only that it's the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me about it. He said there's an amazing treasure in there. He went in there not knowing his grandfather had already pilfered it. Guess that's one tale he didn't get passed down from grandpappy to grandson. Well, how exactly did you get into the Forbidden Chamber? There was a meeting in the Fox Chamber that day. Plus, the mayor swallowed the only key that could open the Forbidden Chamber's door. You couldn't have possibly gotten in. I could go through the air vent in the foyer. The vents left out the alderman's picture. I went in and made a nice little hole. Use that to get into the air duct that leads to the Forbidden Chamber, I did. You what? But you're not tall enough to reach the air vent to get out. But that's... How's that even possible? Wait a sec. Remember that air vent in the Forbidden Chamber? So Mr. Filch found a way to get into the air duct. And that's how he got from the foyer vent to the Forbidden Chamber vent? No. So Tenmatero was nothing more than a cat burglar, or rather a tanuki burglar. And we're back to being without anyone to charge for the alderman's murder. Looks like our so-called yokai is nothing more than one big troublemaker. Tell me, Mr. Filch, what did you do after fleeing the foyer? I got out of that costume right quick. Excuse me. Woulda just caused trouble at that point. And where's the costume now? Heck if I know. And it ain't my fault if you never find it. The police searched every nook and cranny. No yokai costume was left in that manor. What if it was tossed outside the manor? Ah! No way! But maybe, just maybe... The defense seems to have hit upon an idea. Well, go ahead, Mr. Justice. Okay, here's what I think. Mr. Filch, did you get rid of the costume here? Oh, there's an open window.
Take that!
Did you toss it out the window? Because that would certainly explain why it didn't turn up inside the manor. You think I tossed it out the window? That costume cost me a pretty penny. So why would I do something like that? I can think of a few reasons. Any bright ideas, Apollo? Well, assuming the costume really was tossed out of the window, then the next question would be, what happened to it after that? And if I'm right, I might have just the thing to prove what happened to the costume. Phineas Filch, I have just the evidence for you. You do? This evidence proves you got rid of the Tenmatero costume through the window. Well, you showed this. So would it just be that? I guess so.
Take that!
Okay, yeah, it just showed me the answer. That's Tenmatero flying through the sky? And just how does this prove Mr. Filch threw his costume out the window? It's quite simple. That's not Tenmatero in the photo, it's the costume Mr. Filch threw out. That's crazy talk. You ain't serious, are ya? There's a steep cliff right outside the foyer window, meaning the manor is up pretty high. The costume flew through the air after it was tossed. That's when the photo was taken. In other words, the photo of Tenmatero really was a flight of fancy. Okay, that adds up so far. Oh my, so there really never was a yokai. Aw, I can't keep any of them's cats bagged. Can I still file a claim for the lost costume? This more than proves the defense's position. Jinxie Tenma had nothing to do with staging the yokai sighting. Care to raise any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? None whatsoever. Really? I'll deal with that Trixie Tanuki after I've dealt with this case. We did it. Good going. Now, all we have to do is make Florent Labelle take a stand.
Objection!
Sheathing the sword a bit early, are we not? Huh? Nothing has been proven beyond a doubt. Take this tricksy little Tanuki, for instance. How do you suppose he was able to exit the Forbidden Chamber? Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Probably the same way he got in, through the chamber's air vent. And what of the feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime? They would suggest that the Tanuki exited through the chamber door, not the air.
Objection!
Well, those were found after. But the Forbidden Chamber doesn't open from the inside. So what you're saying makes no sense, right? Unless somebody opened it for him, maybe? Someone on the outside opened the door for you. Isn't that right? Yep, that's right, Mr. Blackjack. The door suddenly sprung right open.
Hold it!
Really? Sprung right open. Who was on the other side? Didn't get a good look on account of the sudden glare. Like how the reflection from my head blinds fellow moviegoers emerging from the dark. That's when I snatched that staff and made my daring escape. And then that little maid gal spotted me as I hightailed it down the hall. That means the Forbidden Chamber wasn't opened until after the crime was discovered. But wait, we still don't know who opened it. Maybe there really was a third person in the
Objection!
Well, you little Tanuki, when the Forbidden Chamber opened, did you see the accused passed out there? Nope, only one there was the alderman, and he was dead as a doornail. If the accused wasn't there, what do you suppose he was up to? Uh-oh, I don't like where this is going. Don't tell me. Plainly, the only one who could have opened the Forbidden Chamber was the accused, Damien Tenma. Not entirely true, I would say.
Hold it!
Wait a second. There has to be someone else besides Mayor Tenma there. Really? And who might that be? Oh, well, that would be...
Objection!
It seems our feisty little lass has forgotten the most important thing. Evidence. I didn't forget. I was just testing your attention to details. Yeah, that's not helping. Miss Sykes, you can't prove your point without proof of some sort. It's a proven fact. Sorry, guess I put my foot in my mouth again. No, Athena, we're definitely on to something here. We are? Think about it. If Filch was stuck inside the Forbidden Chamber, one of the alibis we heard would no longer hold any water. The defense would like to call a new witness to the stand. Someone who knew Mr. Filch was stuck in the Forbidden Chamber, and by virtue of knowing this, has an alibi that no longer adds up. Ah, not that insufferable. Very well, the court will hear what Mr. Justice has to say. Whose alibi no longer adds up? Well, we want to call Florent LaBelle to the stand. And he was supposedly in the foyer with Filch at the time. Yep, no longer stands up.
Take that!
Why is that? That's the defendant's aide, Florent LaBelle. Didn't he claim to be in the foyer at the time of the crime? True, but in his alibi he also claimed Mr. Filch was in the foyer too. However, as we all know, Mr. Filch was not there with Mr. LaBelle at the time. In short, Mr. LaBelle's alibi has disappeared. Ah! Florent LaBelle's alibi was one big lie. Isn't that right, Mr. Filch? I reckon there ain't no keeping that cat in the bag here, neither. It was all Mr. LaBelle's idea. He told me he'd button his lip about me breaking into the Forbidden Chamber, and in return, he said he'd vouch for each other's alibi. Shame on you, Mr. Filch. Perjury is a serious crime, you know. Aw, shucks. Mercy, your honorship, mercy. Ah! I also assert that the person who opened the Forbidden Chamber for Mr. Filch was none other than Florent LaBelle. After all, his alibi has just been proven to be a complete fabrication. I see. We will take a 20-minute recess. After all, which time we will see what Mr. LaBelle has to say for himself. Yes, we're finally going to drag that slippery snake onto the stand. In the meantime, the prosecution will question Mr. LaBelle about these new allegations. Perfect. Everything's going to plan. Man, this might be a shorter trial than I thought it would be. We did it, Apollo. We finally dragged Mr. LaBelle into court. Yeah. Hey, why the long face? I can't help but feel I'm missing something important. Plus, Prosecutor Blackwell's bound to mount a counterattack. You really are a worrywart, aren't you? It'll be fine. That mystery figure who opened the Forbidden Chamber for Mr. Filch had to have been Florent LaBelle. I know, but that's not what's bugging me. I wish I could put my finger on it, though. At any rate, the big showdown with Mr. LaBelle is up next. So chin up, Apollo. We got this. Court is now back in session. Our next witness is... Yes, I'm acting on behalf of the mayor in this very important matter. It seems the witness is predisposed at the moment. Ha ha ha. Surely you jest. I will hold you to your promise, remember that. Oh, my deepest apologies. This is Florent LaBelle, personal aide to Mayor Tenma, or should I say, the accused. Ouch, like the poor mayor hasn't suffered enough. Well, what business do you have with me? I'm a very busy man, so let's make this as brief as possible. Your baldness. Hey, I'm not gonna disagree. Let's make this as brief as possible. Right, Mr. Filch's testimony has revealed a hole in your alibi. And for this reason, you are suspected of having some sort of connection with this case at hand. To think I'd be associated with it this entirely lurid affair. Oh my god. Take his phones away! Well, I'm not. So may I go now? I have very important matters to attend.
Objection!
You're not getting away that easily. I don't think so, Mr. LaBelle. Do you realize what a serious crime you've committed? Witness, you are being accused of perjury. This is your chance to clear the air. Fine, the truth is I faked my alibi for a very good reason. The mayor was obviously the killer, so I created a fake alibi to confuse the matter. You see, as his personal aide, I felt I had to protect him. Sorry, ha 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 ha. So you think this is funny? Without your alibi, you're a suspect too. What were you really doing at the time of the crime? Poof. Peasant, how dare you excuse me?
Objection!
Stop stalling. Tell the court what you were really doing at the time of the crime.
Silence!
Come on, you said silence. Enough jabbering. Swords have been drawn. The time for talk is past. Swords? What swords? This is a duel to the death. The fate of the accused rests in our hands. Be gone, your cowardly heart. The battlefield hath no place for you. Again? Oh my! Spare me, please! And he broke his shackles again. So much for sturdier shackles. Ah! Shackle him again, shackle him again! Those chains hindered my vow that he would roll this day. Okay. This gives keep your head on in court a whole new meaning. Will the witness please deliver the accused death now? You know of what I speak. Ah ha ha ha. Most certainly. His goose is already cooked. Time to stick a fork in him. Whatever he has to say can't be good. As I told Prosecutor Blackwell during the recess, I rushed right over to the Fox chamber when I heard little Jinxie scream. What? Then, drumroll please. I saw Mayor Tenma opening the Forbidden Chamber doors. But, there you have it. The mystery man who opened the chamber's doors, as witnessed by one Phineas Filch. It was the accused. There was never any third party. Oh, and that's not all. I heard something quite startling there at the scene of the crime. Startling sounds bad. The mayor, who was barely conscious, muttered this. Forgive me, Jinxie. I killed the alderman. That's right. The mayor actually confessed to the murder right then and there. And how did you hear that? By the way, his green hair is really making him look like the Joker right now. It's kind of hilarious. Where's Batman when you need him? Order in the court. This is quite conclusive testimony if it stands. Just so, and quite astonishing, I might add. I only learned of this fact during the recess. Ah ha 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 ha. I just love surprises, don't you? That's why I saved the best for last. Consider it a gift from me to you. No way. I don't believe Mr. LaBelle heard the mayor confess. But But is this really true? Did Mayor Tenma really confess? It is indeed. During that last recess, I confirmed it with the mayor's daughter. It would seem Mayor Tenma actually did confess. That testimony is quite favorable to the prosecutions. This is LaBelle. Yes, I called earlier about the party reservations. That's right, and I'll be calling my little shindig Mayor Tenma's convention gala. A splendid time is guaranteed for all but the mayor and his defense. Ah! Well, it seems our witness is a very busy man. Let's get right to his testimony. We are not getting right to his testimony. You guys keep dragging it on. Mr. LaBelle, please tell us what you saw when you came upon the scene of the crime. Finally. It was in the hallway, hiding in the shadows. That's when I heard the confession. Upon learning of her father's crime, little Jinxie fled without ever noticing me. Immediately after that, the mayor came to, stood up and opened the forbidden chamber. As I ran in terror, the demon emerged from his prison. In shock, I fled down the hallway to my right, to the one with the phone at the end. But why would you need a phone? I must say, this is a shocking revelation. Quite unexpected. To think the defendant actually confessed then and there to his crime. Perhaps the guilt was too much to bear, so he confided in his daughter. You do realize you should not have withheld such crucial testimony from the court. Ah ha ha ha. Once again, sorry. It's just I feared being accused if I mentioned coming upon that most unpleasant scene. Why did the mayor's confession have to be brought up by this guy? We better do something before the judge declares the mayor guilty. As a death row inmate once told me, in years gone by, there is a time to fight and a time to yield, a time to live and a time to die. He's laying it on real thick now. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Finally, we get to cross-examine him. I was in the hallway hiding in the shadows. That's when I heard the confession. Upon learning of my father's crime, little Jinxie fled without ever noticing me. Immediately after that, the mayor came to, stood up, and opened the forbidden chamber door. As I ran in terror, the demon emerged from his prison. In shock, I fled down the hallway to my right, to the one with the phone at the end. Which, why would you ever do that? Because you have two phones on your shoulders. Oh, oops, wrong button. Press.
Hold it!
There we go. So, after you fled into the hallway with the phone at the end, Tenma Taro ran off towards the foyer. Precisely. Notice any inconsistencies, Apollo? Well, Jinxie also saw Tenma Taro, right? She did. She said they passed each other in the hall right after she made that call to the police. Oh, right, she was using the phone. Well, if LaBelle had fled down the hall where that phone was, Jinxie would have seen him when she was returning from making her call. Oh, right. And if she saw him, she would have definitely asked him for help. Right. It just doesn't make any sense. Time to review the evidence. So, if we don't find some way to poke a hole in his testimony, Mayor Tenma is good as guilty. This is bad, very bad. We need to find an inconsistency, a mistake, some kind of conflict. It's all over if you can't find a flaw in the prosecution's case. I was in the hallway, hiding in the shadows. That's when I heard the confession. Okay. Maybe I need to present on... Oh, whoops. Dang it. Went too far. Okay, just a moment. I need to do some evidence here. We've discovered that it doesn't line up with Jinxie's statement. There we go.
Objection!
Florent LaBelle, you're lying about having witnessed these events from the hallway. Ah ha ha ha. What on earth do you mean? Yes, care to fill the rest of us in, Mr. Justice? If Mr. LaBelle was really... If Mr. LaBelle had really fled down into the hall with the phone in it, he would have crossed paths with Miss Tenma. What's this? After she discovered the crime, she immediately went to call the police. Then, after making her call, she went back to the main hallway, whereupon she encountered the demon, yokai, or whatever you want to call it. As for me, I call it Phineas Filch in a Tenma Tarot costume. The encounter happened right here, where the hallways meet. As for Mr. LaBelle, if he had fled here, feigning escape from the yokai imposter, why yes, the two would have crossed paths. Right? Except Miss Tenma told us that there was no one else in the hall. In short, Miss Tenma did not see you in the hall because you were never really there. Ah! My eyes! My beautiful eyes! Ha! Not such a fabulous scent now, is it? But, Mr. Justice, the witness also stated that he heard the mayor's confess. If he was lying about hearing the confession from the hall, then where was he when he heard it? Inside the Fox Chamber. Where else? But isn't that within the very crime scene? It is, Your Honor, and that means he's not really a witness. Rather, he's a third party I've been alleging this whole time. What? You think I'm the killer? How dare you?
Silence!
Foolish fop. A true man knows when he is beaten. A shield of lies comes to naught before a foe, with the sword of truth bared. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you? I thought we were on the same side. You are mistaken. There are no sides here. Same for my cold, steely edge of judgment. You are alone upon this battlefield with naught but your lies and sickly sweet perfume. Whoa. What just happened? Blackwell's really tearing into him. You heard the mayor's confession from the inside, did you not? Your deviant dandy? For the sole location from which you could have seen and heard the mayor and the Tanuki, without either of them noticing you, were right there in the Fox Chamber. Oh my. So that's how it's gonna be. Fine, I'll come clean then. Seriously? You meant to be in there in the Fox Chamber? I do. I did enter the room after the murder. But I was afraid of being falsely accused, so I lied about it. I feel terrible about lying like that, but it's a verbal cologne I use to protect myself. You'd better explain yourself, Mr. LaBelle. Yes, of course. I was just about to get to that. The witness is skating on thin ice. I'll remind you that perjury is a very serious crime. Now, let's get to your testimony again. This time without your perfume of lies. I did enter the Fox chamber after the murder, but I didn't enter until after Jinxie had heard the confession and left. I heard the mayor groan and hid behind the folding screen there. What I saw there up close, it was absolutely horrifying. So you see, I was there, but nearly watching from behind the screen. Liar. From behind the screen? Why yes, I believe you wouldn't have been spotted if you were there. Just so, he couldn't have... Just so he could see everything without being spotted by the victim, or that Tanuki Filch. Suffice to say, he was a mere witness to the events, rather than an actual third party. This guy is as slippery as an eel. Apollo, you think he's telling the truth? Of course not! Well, he was in the Fox chamber, so at least that much must be true. The defense may cross-examine our slightly voyeuristic witness. Alright. I did enter the Fox chamber after the murder, but I didn't enter until after Jinxie had heard the confession and left, sure. I heard the mayor groan and hid behind the folding screen there. What I saw there up close, it was absolutely horrifying. You know what? Tell me about it then.
Hold it!
Tell me more. Could you describe the crime scene in a bit more detail? And what exactly would you like details about? Well, what I'd like to ask... What I'd like to ask you about is... You know what? Let's question the feathers and tracks. Because when Jinxie discovered the crime scene, those weren't there. So they shouldn't be there when he's in the chamber either. What do you remember about the yokai feathers and tracks? They resulted when Tenmatero exited the Forbidden Chamber. He came out in quite a rush, scattering feathers this way and that. Did you immediately know it was Mr. Filch? I did, and that's why I suggested we cook up our alibis together. And how did those practice sessions go? They were nearly the death of me. Filchy has to be the worst student ever. He really doesn't think he's done anything wrong, does he? Well, Mr. Justice, do you consider the statement to be any importance? Is it important? I would say so? Yes, I believe it is, Your Honor. I request that it be added to the testimony. Okay, feathers and tracks were there before the Fox chamber was open. Oh, weren't there before the Fox chamber was open. See, scene of the crime, and then... Oh, wait, no. She didn't see. She said they weren't there when she discovered the crime scene. Which actually adds up to this because she left. And then Temnotero came. Okay, yeah. Okay, that doesn't help me then. Let's question this again. Let's ask about the murder weapon. Could you describe described the state of the weapons that had been used at the scene. The spear had been thrusted all the way through Alderman Cutie. Then there was that statue the alderman used to bludgeon Mayor Tenma. That incredibly inspiring symbol had fallen on the floor. Oh right, the statue. But why would he find it inspiring? Right, the inspiring part wasn't there anymore. Why exactly did you find the statue inspiring? And he wouldn't be somebody who would actually have seen the statue before it got destroyed. Ahaha, well, when I saw that statue, I felt as if the merger had been realized. It was like a celebration of union between town and village, an inspiring symbol of goodwill. A broken statue next to a bloody corpse, really inspiring. Well, Mr. Justice, do you consider the statement to be of importance? Of course I do. This is the actual important one, because you can present the statue. I believe that it has to be extremely important. I request that it be added to the testimony. Alright.
Hold it!
Oh, whoops, no. Dang it. Wrong button. Yeah. Skip it. Okay. Okay. Now we need to... Oh. Okay. Oh, whoops. Dang it! Stop pressing the wrong things. To be fair, I thought it had to go forward, but I have to go backward. Yeah, okay. Let's just get back to where we were. Why did I press Q instead of E? Alright. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Statue. Right. Yeah. And then statue.
Objection!
Your lies have finally betrayed you, Mr. LaBelle. What possibly could you mean? You said this statue was... sorry. You said the statue was like a celebration of union between town and village. Isn't that correct? It is indeed, but what of it? The two yokai are joining hands in goodwill. As if they were celebrating the municipal merger. Is something the matter? So, how did you really know that the statue is meant to be a symbol of goodwill again? What? Justice, Dono. Explain yourself and make it quick. The statue was meant to symbolize goodwill in its original form, but that was a secret. A secret? Whatever do you mean? What I mean is that it broke when somebody used it to strike Mayor Tenma on the head. What's left clearly makes it look like the two yokai are battling it out. Yeep! The statue's secret and its true form were lost inside the locked room. For Miss Tenma is the only living soul who should have known what it once looked like. So, Mr. LaBelle, where could you have possibly seen the statue in its original form? Poof. What do you mean? The only possible answer is you saw the statue in its original form. Right there in the room where the alderman was murdered before it was broken. How dare you! Mr. Justice, are you accusing the witness with some sort of crime? Yes, I am. Florent LaBelle, I accuse you of the murder of Alderman Rex Kyuubi. Ah! Order, order. Mr. LaBelle, you've been accused of murder. Do you have anything to say in your defense? How could you possibly accuse me, the embodiment of beauty? Way to go, Apollo. This is the conclusive evidence we needed. Magnifico. We've got you now. We know you killed the Alderman. Now admit it.
Silence.
Oh, are you taking sides again now? Enough of your silly games, Justice Dono. This prancing peacock could not have possibly...
Objection!
What are you talking about? His alibi has already crumbled to dust. And I just proved that he was in the Fox chamber while it was still locked tight.
Silence.
Why could he have not... why could he have not seen the statue in its true form before the murder? After all, he was close friends with the Alderman. Ergo... yes, that's right. I clearly remember it now. Alderman Kyuubi told me about it. About the statue actually looked like. I mean, it was. He was a good friend of mine.
Objection!
Yeah, right. He wouldn't show you a secret gift just like that.
Silence.
Moreover, it has already been proven that he was not present at the scene of the crime. It has? Forgotten, have we? Recall the little scam statement, if you will. When Jinxie Tenma unlocked the Fox chamber, she saw the Alderman and the mayor collapse therein and no one else. Oh, dang it. The fact is, it was you two who made that apparent in yesterday's court session. Thus, Florent LaBelle could not possibly have been in that locked room. No, darn locked room mysteries. I just don't get it. How could Jinxie not have seen LaBelle? The proof is incontrovertible. No room for debate exists. Am I not right, Your Boldness? It does seem awfully conclusive. The facts point to the defendant and victim being the only people in that locked room. Moreover, the defendant has already confessed.
Silence.
Oh my God. You can't silence my objection. You cannot defend the indefensible. Your role in this charade is over, Justice Dono. But your baldness. This trial would last an eternity if we were to keep crossing blades of these simpletons. It is high time you brought down the hammer of justice. A point well made. I believe it's time to declare a verdict. No, it is not. This court finds the defendant Damien Temna. Kaka! It would seem that my time is at hand. Mayor Tenma. Counselor, there is a matter of which I must testify. I recall it now, only for your good graces. Counselor? Oh right, he must mean... Has he finally remembered what happened before that blow to his head? Bailiff, don't just stand there, seize him. It's no good, I can't restrain him. Kaka, know me in despair. For I am Temna Taro, demon lord of the yokai. Not this again. But Mr. Justice, do something. Since when am I responsible for court security? Apollo, this is our chance. We might get some new information out of it. Your Honor, seeing as our client has something new to say, I believe due process demands that we hear him out, even if he is a yokai. When you put it that way. Still, I believe testimony by a yokai is unprecedented in the legal world. Unprecedented is absurdity, more like. Well, to be fair, we've had a parrot take the stand in the past, so I see no qualms with a yokai, really. Alright then, Mr. Damien Tenma, or should I say Mr. Tenmatero. Your testimony, please. I shall now speak of recollections most real, courtesy of my host, Damien Tenma. Heed these words, mortal, for hear them but once you shall, caca caca. Barely conscious was Damien there amid the darkness. Suddenly 2 yokai did appear. On one side, I, Tenmatero, ruler of demonkind, and on the other, my mortal enemy, the 9-tailed fox. How does this help anything? So is the defendant asserting that the room was in his very dark at the time? How strange as it might be, yes indeed, all was in darkness. Okay, so the lights were off. Is that all we're getting from that? And the part about Tenmatero and the 9-tailed fox being there. Yes, that too. Tenmatero towered overhead, and the 9-tailed fox glittered gold. Ah! I call animal abuse, Your Honor. It would seem the defendant's recollections are not to be trusted. Yes, well, truth be told, my host's recollections are still a bit fuzzy. As I half-dreamt, that happening lingers in his mind. Apollo? Maybe I can help here. Really? Oh, you must mean... Yeah, I can hear it. The discord in his heart. I sense an unusual emotion in the mayor's memory of the event. Okay, I just hope our findings don't come back to haunt us again. Alright. Barely conscious of Damien Tunnel amid the darkness. Sad, okay. Suddenly 2 yokai did appear. Sad and shocked, okay. On one side, I, Tenmatero, ruler of demonkind. And on the other side, my mortal enemy, the 9-tailed fox. Why is it sadness there? Shouldn't it just be happiness, or... Maybe the happiness is... Wait. You know what? Since he's like... The happiness is the outlier, since he was all sad and shocked for most of it. So, let's pinpoint that. Yeah, let's try the happiness first. If it's incorrect, we'll try sadness.
Got it!
When the 9-tailed fox appeared, you not only experienced shock and sadness, but also something like joy as well. Joy? Perhaps it was joy at the light coming to my eyes at long last. A long and terrible creaking did pierce the silence. And then there was light. On reflection, it was a door that did produce that internal racket. A creaking door. The forbidden chamber. Oh, you must be talking about the forbidden chamber door. It does make a lot of noise. So this means the forbidden chamber really was opened. But what about the sudden light he described? I think I know. He mentioned darkness and Tenma Tarot towering overhead. Maybe the mayor wasn't really in the Fox chamber at the time of the crime. Huh? Mr. Mayor, did the darkness that you were in happen to be here? Oh. Was he in the chamber?
Take that!
The Forbidden Chamber? Was it not the Fox chamber where the murder did occur? Yes, but it all makes sense if you were in the Forbidden Chamber. That terrible creaking sound was probably the Forbidden Chamber's door opening. And the towering tarot you saw, most likely the Forbidden Chamber statue. Why yes, that would explain it. The darkness and the staff in the demon's grasp. It's all coming together. But even if all that's true, then what about the nine-tailed fox? Maybe he was seeing things. Just like Jinxie and her imaginary yokai. Fantastico. Apollo? It's entirely possible. In a groggy, dream-like state, people can misremember things and events. Misremember, you say? Let me think. Ah, I do believe I remember now. That was not the nine-tailed fox. It was the amazing nine-tails. What? The amazing nine-tails? At first, this is but a dream, I thought. But however, most clearly do I recall it. 'Twas the amazing nine-tails who did open the Forbidden Chamber's door. Okay. Little bit lost, but it's coming together slowly. The amazing nine-tails, but that was the victim, Alderman Kyubi, right? Yeah, why would he open the Forbidden Chamber? Wasn't he trying to keep it sealed? Yeah. But if he knew his friend was in it, he would definitely have opened it. And he was the only one with the key and the, knowledge to be able to open it. Never mind that, this is completely new information. Let me enter it and run an update. Alright. Barely conscious was Damien there in the Forbidden Chamber. Okay, info update. Amid the darkness, a mighty statue of Tenma Tarot loomed overhead. Suddenly the door did open and a shaft of light did pierce the gloom. Wait, sadness is gone. Is that it? No, I feel like that makes sense. Okay, another update. The amazing Ninetales had come to the rescue. Okay, why is he sad about that? There's no reason you should be sad about that.
Got it!
When the amazing Ninetales opened the chamber, banishing the darkness within, you felt joy. But didn't you also feel shock and sadness? Yes, in a hazy depths of my mind, I do recollect something of that nature. I believe it was the friend's cape of red. For when I did behold it, a great wave of sadness did inexplicably wash over me. Wait, red cape. A cape of red. He had blood all over him. Apollo, we've reduced the noise level. Oh, but there's still a little left. Mayor Tenma, why were you sad when you saw the red cape? Why indeed? What could this mean? I guess his memory is still a little spotty. I know because his latest recollection contradicts the evidence. Yeah, it's one of those contradictions that slaps you right across the face. Something this obvious could arise. When someone is trying to force a fuzzy memory into definitive shape. Apollo, I know what you have to do. You need to present evidence that contradicts the image you see. Oh, so it's basically the same as the usual cross-examination process. Okay, time to review the evidence. Look out for a contradiction. Here comes Justice. Barely conscious was Damien there in the Forbidden Chamber. In the darkness, a mighty statue of Tenma Taro loomed overhead. Suddenly the door opened and a shaft of light pierced through the gloom. The amazing Ninetales had come to the rescue. We have a picture of him showing that he doesn't have a cape. Yeah, no cape.
Objection!
You said the amazing Ninetales cape was red. Are you sure about that? Yes, well, I do believe it was a red cape I saw, but... Mayor Tenma, does this cape look red to you? Oh, that certainly does not look red. Not even scarlet or crimson either. Nevertheless, upon my liberation, something red did fill my as yet hazy field of view. And I thought to myself, the amazing Ninetales is arrayed in a cape of red. So you mistook that red something for his cape, huh? Apparently so, and remembering it now brings a great sadness upon me. So the red something probably wasn't a cape after all. Maybe that great sadness he mentioned is what's interfering with his memory. Well, he would have seen the fox chamber behind the amazing Ninetales. What red object could he have seen there that would have been that shocking? I know. Could it have been... Well, to be fair, your friend, like, dead in front of you, like, that would be shocking and create a lot of PTSD, and then he would not want to recollect any of that, so... But the red, like, you would think it would be blood. But I'm also like... What am I supposed... Like, am I supposed to show that for blood? Like, what am I supposed to show for blood? Or am I actually thinking completely wrong here? Or no, maybe with the crime scene, because there was, like, blood and feathers and all that sort of thing. And let's
Take that!
something red that could produce a deep sadness. Could have been Mr. Tenma that you saw was the Alderman's blood? Okay, so it was on the right track. It was just a weird thing to present. Blood? Why, yes, it was blood. It's all coming back to me now. It wasn't a red cape that I saw. It was lying behind the amazing Ninetales, the Alderman's bloody body. Behind the Ninetales. Eek! So that isn't Alderman. Well, perfectly clear now. His noise level is down to 0. I think he's remembered everything now. Does that mean the amazing Ninetales killed Alderman Kyubi? But the Alderman was the amazing Ninetales. So how exactly would that work? Hey, I asked you first. Well, Mr. Justice, you should know how to make a complicated matter even more complicated. True, true, but at the time of the crime, our client was in the Forbidden Chamber. Moreover,
Silence!
Hoy, don't you think that's strange? The little scamp has already confirmed her father to be in the Fox Chamber. But she said not about seeing the amazing Ninetales there. Ack, you just had to bring that up, didn't you? Jinxie didn't see LaBelle there either. It's so weird. Who really was in that room then? Would the defense care to share any theories with the court? Could you explain the inconsistency between the defendant's testimony and his daughter's? Consistent. Can I? Can I? We'll go for I can for now. It's not coming to me quite yet. Yes, of course I can explain it. Because if I don't, we're in serious trouble. Not with more of your bluffs and fairy tales, I trust. Fair warning, Justice Dono. I shall have your head if you fail to explain this. Well, that's terrifying. Eep, what about a good old-fashioned penalty? Well, Mr. Justice, let's see if you have a head worth keeping on your shoulders. First of all, Mr. LaBelle was definitely in the Fox Chamber while it was locked. We also know that Mayor Tenma was in the Forbidden Chamber, based on his testimony. These two factors are crucial in my explanation. So let us consider the following question. If the facts point to Florent Bell and the victim being there at the scene, why did Jinxie Tenma see the victim and her father, Mayor Tenma? A very good question indeed, and I suppose you have an answer for us. Not really. Sadly, you would be supposing wrong. You think she could have mistaken LaBelle for the mayor? Well, if she did, then the question is, why did she do that? Yeah, I guess well, sorry, I'm just trying to work this through in my brain and I just keep hitting dead end after dead end. Let's continue on for now. Well, how about that explanation for Mr. Justice? I believe the time for questions is over. The defense asserts that Florent LaBelle was at the scene of the crime. However, Jinxie Tenma has testified that she saw her father collapse there. If she has, in fact, misremembered the event, what could have made her do so? Well, that was something that went through my head, that was LaBelle was disguised as Tenma. Actually, no, that still checks out, I think. And that would make sense, the whole, like, I killed him, because it's like that wasn't Tenma. The figure Miss Tenma saw was not her father. It was Florent LaBelle disguised as Damien Tenma.
Silence!
That is a complete impossibility. Is it, though? Their faces are utterly unalike. How could you explain that away with a mere disguise? Yes, they both do have incredibly distinct faces. But maybe the disguise completely hid his face. I think Jinxie would have mentioned if she couldn't see her father's face. And if it was that sort of disguise, wouldn't she have removed it? Oh, right. Your sword is as dull as your mind, Justice Dono. What, you mean that's not right? Shall I show you what a truly sharp blade is capable? No, thank you. we're good. I think I'll act. Maybe it's time for a recess. Are you okay, Apollo? I'm not fine, am I? Well, now that we have that little fairy tale out of the way, your baldness, your verdict, if you will. No, just wait a moment. Mr. Justice, I believe it's time for a verdict. If you have no further arguments. What's even left for me to do? Apollo, remember what Mr. Wright always says. When you're stuck in a tight spot, turn the case upside down. Turn the case upside down. He does say that, doesn't he? But I don't quite see how it applies here. Still, never hurts to give it a try. I guess, let's see. Rather than Jinxie didn't remove the disguise, maybe she couldn't remove it. And rather than she didn't tell anyone about the disguise. Yeah. Maybe it was she couldn't talk about it. A wrestler's mask is more precious than his own life. He'd never unmask himself in front of others. But there are matches where wrestlers battle for the right to remove each other's mask. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their mask is more important to them than life itself. So he was wearing the Amazing Ninetales mask, so she couldn't remove it, so she didn't know who it truly was. And what about the fact that it was the Amazing Ninetales who opened the door? A mask that can't be removed in front of others. Can these facts turn things around? We got it all backwards. Apollo? I think we might have made a huge mistake. Your baldness. I see no further indulge them in their silly farce. The defense has no proof. They never did, and they never will. Then it seems I must announce my verdict.
Objection!
I do have proof. Do you now? Alright, but this better be good, Mr. Justice. We can solve the remaining riddles by turning all of our assumptions upside down. Why Jinxie Tenma mistook Mr. LaBelle as her father. Why she couldn't remove the costume or tell anyone about it in the first place. These riddles are inextricably linked to Mayor Tenma's secret identity. A shocking secret identity that will turn the entire premise of this case upside down. This piece of evidence clearly reveals Mayor Tenma's secret identity. Dish 1.
Take that!
Gah, what absolutely claptrap, poppycock, balderdash. We thought the alderman was the Amazing Ninetales and the mayor was Tenma Taro. That's why we believed the mayor killed the alderman in his lust for Ninetales' veil. But it was the basis for the prosecution's entire case against our client. However, we got the whole thing backwards. Mayor Tenma wasn't Tenma Taro at all. He was the Amazing Ninetales. Her face. What's this? You'd better explain yourself, Justice Dono. And from where you derived such a far-fetched conclusion. Jinxie no doubt knew the true identity of the amazing Ninetales, and she couldn't tell anyone no matter what. That's why she didn't say it was the amazing Ninetales she saw passed out. Even though, unbeknownst to her, it really was Florent LaBelle in disguise.
Silence!
The accused and that deceitful dandy are utterly dissimilar in physical build and voice. The little scamp would have seen the difference.
Objection!
Remember, Mr. LaBelle has his very own brand of cosmetics. Why couldn't he fake a different build too? And anyone speaking through a mask would naturally sound...
Silence!
Why did she not simply pull the mask off?
Objection!
She couldn't have. A masked wrestler's disguise is more precious than life itself. As a huge fan of the amazing Ninetales, she would never dare unmask him. God. Ah. This case's mistaken identity also explains the riddle of the locked room. Then by all means, Mr. Justice, answer it for us already. First, Mr. LaBelle entered the room where the mayor and alderman were talking. I suspect he brought with him coffee laced with some sort of sedative. Once the alderman was out cold, that's when Mr. LaBelle killed him. Next, he took the mayor, who he had also drugged, into the Forbidden Chamber. Then he returned to the Fox Chamber, slipped into some of the mayor's spare clothes, and completed the disguise by donning the amazing Ninetales mask. With his entire charade in place, Mr. LaBelle then let out a scream. The scream that led Jinxie Tenma to the scene. Ah, so then. The person who said I killed Alderman Kyubi was the person who actually killed Alderman Kyubi. Yep, that was Florent LaBelle in disguise. The mayor never actually confessed.
Silence!
This is no more than guesswork and speculation now. Stop your jabbering.
Objection!
No, you twisted samurai. This time you stop your jabbering and let me finish making my case. Ah. Once Miss Tenma left the scene, Mr. LaBelle, still wearing the mayor's clothes and mask, opened the Forbidden Chamber, so he could drag the mayor back out into the Fox Chamber. Oh, so then the amazing Ninetales and mayor... the amazing Ninetales the mayor saw was... Right, it was LaBelle opening the Forbidden Chamber. The second time Mr. LaBelle opened the door to the Forbidden Chamber, he happened to catch the thieving Mr. Filch by surprise. Now it all adds up. Startling Mr. Filch in his Tenmatero disguise ran as fast as he could away from the room, and that's why the mayor saw both yokais. As he did, he left behind him a trail of feathers and tracks, and gave Miss Tenma a scare of her life in the hallway, with no one left to witness the events that had occurred. Mr. LaBelle then proceeded to drag the sleeping mayor back into the Fox Chamber. I see, well, that all certainly does make sense. Then, after dragging the mayor back into the Fox Chamber, Mr. LaBelle threw the mask out the window and fled.
Silence!
For this absurd theory work, it requires that the defendant be the amazing Ninetales. However, he was the one pushing for the municipal merger. That's such an individual could possibly be the Amazing Ninetales is
Objection!
preposterous. The mayor was blackmailed into pursuing the merger. Miss Tenma's life would have been in danger if he had openly voiced his opposition. That's why he created a secret identity as the Amazing Ninetales. Gah! This is madness. No one could possibly hatch such an insane plot. No one except the killer as insane as his plot. And I'd say Florent Labelle more than qualifies. Foolish mortal, it is at your own peril that you forget who I am. Mayor Tenma, it's okay now. Jinxie will be safe just as soon as Mr. Labella is arrested. You are the Amazing Ninetales, aren't you? Come on, just say it already. Ha ha ha. You have quite the active imagination. Mayor Tenma is not the Amazing
Objection!
Ninetales or whatever. What do you mean? Well, has the mayor admitted it? Has the mayor admitted to it yet? But that's just... And even if he did admit to such nonsense, it would reveal the truth behind Tenma Tarot right here and now. What? Why you would dare reveal the secret. Ah ha ha ha. My good friend, the alderman told me all about it. And you wouldn't be good to expose the truth. What with the superstitions now, would it? The truth behind Tenma Tarot. What's he talking about? So go ahead, say it. Say, I am the Amazing Ninetales. I dare you.
Objection!
Wait. Will somebody please explain what's going on here? Mayor Tenma will do anything to keep the truth behind Tenma Tarot a secret. A dark, terrible truth that has been kept secret by the village superstitions. And if the mayor admits to being the Amazing Ninetales, you'll expose the truth? Right, I won't have him walking free because of some nonsense you made up. So, what now, Justice Dono? Without the mayor's admission, your theory is as useless as you are in battle. I'll show you who's useless. Apollo, don't you dare give up now. I know. Your Honor, I believe Mr. Labelle's statements warrant a thorough cross-examination. After all, the true identity of the Amazing Ninetales is the cornerstone of this case. You do have a point here. Please answer this court. Mr. Labelle, is the defendant the Amazing Ninetales or not? The Amazing Ninetales' true identity. The Amazing Ninetales' true identity is not Mayor Tenma. The mayor would never admit to such utter nonsense. But if he did admit to such nonsense, I will expose the truth behind Tenma Tarot right here and now. Isn't this like blatant blackmail? And that would ruin upon Ninetales Vale, just as the superstitions say. Talk about out of the pot and into the fire. At this rate, the mayor will be found guilty for sure. Honestly speaking, if Mayor Damien Tenma is not the Amazing Ninetales, I'm afraid I don't see how the defense has much of a case here. Ah ha ha ha. Falling right into his trap again. And let's just leave it at that, shall we? we all know that Alderman QB was the amazing Ninetales anyway. I mean, that's how Ninetales Vale made a comeback. The Alderman was so popular. There's gotta be a hole in that testimony somewhere. But I don't even know where to start. Since we don't have any proof that the mayor is the amazing Ninetales, then we'll just have to get him to admit it himself. But if he admits it, LaBelle's gonna expose the secret behind Ten Matero. We're so close, I know it. How do we get him to talk? The defense may cross-examine the witness. We're doomed. No, we can't be doomed. We need to stay positive here. Okay, let's just continue on for now. The amazing Ninetales' true identity is not Mayor Tenma. The mayor would never admit to such utter nonsense. But if he did admit to such nonsense, I will expose the truth behind Tenmatera right here and now. And that would be bring ruin upon the Ninetales Vale, just as the superstitions say. What do you mean? Tell me more. Do not gaze upon Tenmatero. Do not tell others if you see him. Isn't that what the village superstitions say? Exactly. Telling others that Tenmatero looks like would reveal the truth. That's why the superstitions were written down in the first place. What do you mean? The ruin coming to the village if you free him. Is that a warning not to expose the truth? Ah ha ha ha. Bingo, and that's the truth is Tenmatero is a great greed-inspiring fortune. That's what the whole battle over Ninetales Vale is about. Tenmatero is a great fortune? Come to think of it. Only that it's the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it. Said there's an amazing treasure in there. Could Tenmatero actually be the Forbidden Chamber treasure? Telling the villagers that Tenmatero is a terrifying yokai, and what has scared them away from the Forbidden Chamber and the treasure within. That's how the treasure has been kept secret all this time. Ah ha ha ha. Well, well, well. It seems our ace attorney here has uncovered the truth that must not be revealed. Mayor Tenma looks like he wants to keep the truth hidden as much as I do. Tragedy is doomed to repeat itself as long as Tenmatero exists. That's why the secret must be protected. As long as Tenmatero exists, huh? Mr. LaBelle, please add that statement to your testimony. As long as Tenmatero exists. Tragedy is doomed to repeat as long as Tenmatero exists. Let's see if I have anything. History. Oh, this thing? That it's just gonna keep getting stolen
Objection!
and taken for people's own gain. Mr. LaBelle, what if Tenmatero no longer existed? Revealing the truth would no longer be an issue, would it? If Tenmatero no longer existed? Ah ha 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 ha. What on earth are you talking about? Oh, apparently you haven't heard. Tenmatero no longer exists. But I guess you didn't get to do a thorough search after the key was taken from you. Because when you searched the Forbidden Chamber, there wasn't any treasure there. Really? Well, maybe you weren't looking in the right place. Sorry, sorry, but I have proof that Ten Matero no longer exists. Look at this figure. What do we have here? It looks like some sort of creature. We found this in the Forbidden Chamber. It's an Azuki Kozo figure. The great thief Azuki Kozo used to leave them at the scene of his crimes. Are you suggesting that the Ten Matero has been stolen? Yep, Phineas Filch's grandfather, a master thief, was the culprit. And by that hideous moronic caretaker's grandfather, no less? You! I know! My beautiful golden Ten Matero was... The greed inspired by Ten Matero can no longer bring ruin upon Ninetales Vale. Isn't that right, Mayor Tenma? The root of the tragedy would indeed seem to be gone. In fact, I now recall the alderman revealing the secret to me on the day of our meeting. He must have been speaking of Ten Matero, for he said to me the gold ingot was gone. The gold ingot? You mean the treasure that is Ten Matero's true form? Recall, if you will, the scroll in the Forbidden Chamber. Ten Matero is the goldish object shown there. Ah, that makes so much more sense. A giant ingot that my nomadic ancestors bestowed upon Ninetales Vale. In return for that gold, my ancestors did receive from Ninetales Vale land that would become Tenmatown. But drive the villagers mad with greed did that great fortune. Bitter was their greed-fooled battle. It was as if they were possessed. My ancestors' gold became accursed upon their village, a curse of ruin. Thus, it was that the yokai Tenmatero came to be. So, Tenmatero and the village superstitions were merely fairy tales to scare people away. Fairy tale or not, Tenmatero made quite the mess of things. Yes, indeed, for there is no greater monster than the mortal man's lust for gold. Well, you know what they say, the love of money is the root of all evil. The ancestors did bring a terrible thing here to Ninetales Vale. A thing so terrible that Tenmatero, a monster just as horrible, had to be created to keep a secret. Yet they have naught but love for the little village to which we owe our very existence. Tenmatown would never seek to take over Ninetales Vale in a merger. Oh my, that was quite shocking lesson in history. Mr. Mayor, now that we know Tenmatero no longer exists, are you ready to admit your secret? You are the amazing Ninetales, aren't you? No, don't do it. Please, no. Be gone, you demented demon. Ahem. Now, where was I? The Golden Lord of Yokai, the amazing Ninetales, is indeed... So much laughing. And that means Jinxie. Yes? The man wearing the mayor's clothes who saw collapsed in the fox chamber. Was he wearing Ninetales' mask? Uh-huh. That's what made me think it was Papa. He said he was going to reveal his secret identity to Alderman QB that day, so... So it really wasn't Papa I saw there, was it? It was Florent's idea from the start. He advised me to reveal my secret identity to the Alderman. Yeesh, Rube Goldberg machines have less elaborate setups than the LaBelle scheme. You may rest easy now, little Jinxie. That monster's deception is through. Caca. The true facts behind this case have finally come to light. Mayor Tenma did not kill Alderman Greeley, but Florent LaBelle did. How dare you? Peasant no.
Silence.
Yeah, not quite over yet. Justice Dono. You should at least have a real blade in your hands, if you desire to cross swords with me. Or have you mistaken this battlefield for a training ground? What's this guy want now? Evidence is like a razor-sharp blade that cuts through bone as though it were butter. But you have only blind guesses, a dull blade incapable of cutting even a cake. He has you there, Mr. Justice. After all, evidence is everything in the court of law. But they're right. Let's see some evidence. Of course, a perfect being like me wouldn't leave any incriminating evidence behind. Ah ha 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 ha. This is the battle. Just as a samurai must live and die by the sword, you will live or die by the evidence you hold. My swift blade of judgment awaits. Now present your conclusive evidence, or don't you have any? Oh crud, do I have any inconclusive? Of course I do. Evidence? Oh, I have evidence. You do? Of course. It's just the conclusive evidence we need to. I'm gonna finally prove Mayor Tenma innocent. Here comes justice. What the heck is this? Let's review the facts. The most damning evidence against the mayor was the crime scene itself. The mayor and the victim were the only two people found in the room. Also, we all thought the alderman was killed because he was the Amazing Ninetales. But as we know, of course, we were way off. The Amazing Ninetales was really Mayor Damien Tenma. That's why when his daughter Jinxie saw the Amazing Ninetales collapsed at the scene, she mistook him for her father. Those are the facts as we have revealed. However, Mr. LaBelle asserts that he did not leave any evidence at the scene of the crime. But he didn't say anything evidence outside the crime scene. Maybe he isn't as clever as he thinks. Does any of the evidence found outside the crime scene provide any clues? I don't think the hand cream provides any clues. It just proved that Mr. Tanuki there was involved. Let's do Ninetales' mask. The clue inside the mask. Okay, this is like so Danganronpa all of a sudden. Oh, I know, the Amazing Ninetales mask. It was found washed up along the river. What sort of clue does the mask hold? White hair? It's been so long, but that does somewhat sound familiar. White hair in the mask. And what about the hair left in the mask? Who does it belong to? Oh, right, white hair in the mask that led us to being Rex Kyuubi because he has white hair. But Florent LaBelle has the whole, like, hair dye is Florent Labelle's. Yes, now that's what I call conclusive evidence. Oh yeah, just test the hair. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have any conclusive evidence to present to this court? Of course I do. Observe this mask, if you will. That mask? How is that conclusive evidence? It's not the mask itself, but the white hair inside it. We originally thought it belonged to Alderman Rex Kyubi. Yes, but the amazing Ninetales, as we know now, is Mayor Tenma, so... That is correct, so the question is, whose hair could this be? And the answer to that is the last person to have worn it before it was discarded. That would be you, Mr. Florent Labelle. What are you talking about? I never had hideous white hair like that.
Silence!
Yeah, no, that's his true hair color. It would appear your Coupe de Grace failed to hit its mark. And it's his true hair color, because it was found in the river, which washed all the hair dye off. This freakish fop is not the white-haired type, because he's busy being one ludicrous, oh my god, ludicrously garish color or nothing.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Blackwell. It's you who has made a fatal error. What? Remember, where was this mask found? It was washed up by the side of the river. With that in mind, this last piece of evidence will solve all of the remaining riddles. Hair dye.
Take that!
That's... What is that? This is Mr. Labelle's own private brand of hair color. It washes out with just water. The court will also recall that the amazing Ninetales mask washed up along the side of the village river with white hair inside of it. What's this? Are you saying that preening peacock's hair color is? That's exactly what I'm saying. Mr. Labelle's hair color is a freaky work of fiction. But thanks to the river flowing through Ninetales Vale, we now have a real-life expose. Ah! The white hair in his mask is conclusively evidence proving you're the real killer. A DNA test is all we need to prove it, and we both know we'll get a match. Admit it. Florent Labelle. You were the one who killed Alderman Rex Kyubi. You peasant, how dare you, I exterminate you, oh my god. How much perfume is in that bottle, you think? Or cologne, I guess. And there's the white hair. Hello, this is Labelle. What? The project is off. This is Labelle. The sponsors have pulled out. This Labelle speaking. I'm fired? You mean I'm no longer Mayor Tenma's aide? Hello, this is Labelle. What? There's a stratospheric damages claim against me? $100 million? I'm finished, washed up. Stick a fork in me, I'm done. This is preposterous. I, Simon Blackwell, defeated? Order, order. Order in the court. Well, this is quite the unexpected outcome. I must hand it to you, Mr. Justice. You really turned this case on its head, just like that other lawyer, Phoenix Wright. Ahaha. Wait, that was a compliment, right? I would say so. Prosecutor Blackwell, what have you done with Florent LaBelle? The defaced man has withered like a flower without water. One of the officers is currently tending to him with a sprinkler. Wouldn't that just wash even more of his makeup off? Allow me to explain the actions of the guilty party in detail. The motive, of course, was to steal the golden ingot known as 10 Matero. However, few are allowed into the manor due to its cultural ties to Nine Tails Vale. LaBelle set in motion plans to gain access to the manor and the gold within via the merger. But the efforts of the amazing Nine Tails saw those plans come to a halt. And thus, LaBelle murdered the alderman and attempted to pin the blame on Mayor Tenma. I see, but what I can't comprehend is why would he go after the gold in the first place? I think my question is more, why didn't he just kill both of them? Mr. LaBelle doesn't look like somebody who is in need of financial aid. LaBelle hid his past well, much like he hid his beauty without makeup. He's mirrored in debt. Debt due to pouring money into a brand only he could love. Which is why he sought the gold with such veracity. Too bad for him, someone else had got into it first anyway. I see, very well then. I believe it's time to declare a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Damien Tenma, not guilty. Did it again. Court is adjourned. That was some seriously good lawyering, Apollo. Even I didn't see that coming. Heh just got lucky, I guess. You banished 10 Matero from Nine Tails Vale like you were some kind of exorcist. There's still one thing I don't understand. How come Mr. LaBelle didn't kill Mayor Tenma too? Exactly, that's what I said. He could have set up so the mayor murdered the alderman, then died from the counterattack. Well, I guess there would be nobody to take the fall. That would have removed at least one possible fly from the ointment. I was wondering about that too, but I have a hunch LaBelle was biding his time. He was planning to expose the amazing Nine Tails' true identity himself. Huh? But why? Because the mayor was the amazing Nine Tails. Had LaBelle succeeded in framing Mayor Tenma for the alderman's murder, the wrestler's popularity would have plummeted once his identity was revealed. Oh, I get it. If the amazing Nine Tails was just killed, he'd die a hero. But if he was proven a villain, his fans would abandon him, making the merger that much easier. Right, then when the merger was completed and everything cooled down, he'd be able to search the Forbidden Chamber at his leisure. What an insanely intricate plot. Kaka, a most excellent job clearing my name. A feat worthy of the Demon Lord's approval. Why are you still acting like 10 Matero again? Let this be of no concern to you. How could it not concern me? 10 Matero be gone. Gah! Jinxie. It seems like ages since I've laid eyes on you. Papa, we're finally back. Yes, it would seem Tenmatero's no match for you. Ha ha ha. I'm not scared of that silly yokai anymore. Your father's a free man now, Jinxie. Isn't that great? Thank you for all you've done. Seeing you guys in action, it made me feel like I don't have to be afraid anymore. Wait, is Jinxie actually smiling? This is all thanks to you two. Too bad the amazing Ninetales will have to retire, though. Yeah, he's kind of been unmasked, hasn't he? Aw, how come? Once everyone hears I'm the amazing Ninetales, my fan base will nosedive. After all, I'm not the most popular of people. Another reason for my secret identity. I don't see how I could possibly continue. Hehe, I think you misjudged yourself. Take a look outside. Say, now that you mentioned it, what's all that noise out there? A big crowd gathered outside the courtroom once the news broke. Seems they want to get a glimpse of Mayor Damien Tenma, the man behind the mask, and to root for your return to the wrestling ring. Rooting for me? But I thought it was nothing more than a male factor in their eyes. The only one who really matters is Jinxie. Show her how cool you are. Yeah, you're the coolest when you're out there fighting in the ring, Papa. Jinxie. Here, I think you'll be needing this. The mask?
Take that!
Thank you. Now if you would excuse me. I don't want to keep my fans waiting. Awesome.
Ninetales Vale forever!
Okay, you gotta admit that was cool. I sure hope they can settle the problems between Tenma Town and Ninetales Vale. Me too. I'm sure they'll be fine after all. The blackmailer/killer is behind bars and the merger's no longer an issue. Plus, the amazing Ninetales is obviously still a hit, and I suspect Ninetales Vale will be too. It's all because we believed in our client, just like you said. Okay, people. Now that we've got that one in the bag, let's go get something to eat. I'm starving. Sounds good. I've been so nervous I haven't eaten since yesterday. Better keep eating, Apollo. Or you might have to start looking up at me. Huh? I'm definitely past my growth phase, and you should be about past yours too. Are you kidding me? I'm just getting started. Ready or not, it's face stuffing time. Keep eating like that, and the only direction you'll grow is sideways. Very funny. But I've got a hollow leg, I can eat as much as I want without gaining an ounce. Really? Wow, I can't wait to see this. Calories? Ha! Just let him try to stick it on me. Just wait until her metabolism tanks. Alright. Alrighty, you two. Let's get going before the old man closes shop. Eldune's Noodles isn't an all-night stand, you know? I'm with Mr. Wright. Let's go. I've been waiting to have a bowl from there ever since Mr. Wright told me about them. Well, what are we waiting for? The noodles are on me today, so I expect some serious eating from you two. Yay! Thanks, boss! I won't let you down. Athena has no idea what she's getting into. Mr. Eldon's noodles are hot and salty. 2 bowls would kill a man. that was our first case together, and it felt like nothing could bring us down after that. The dark age of the law seemed so distant, so irrelevant to our small, cozy office. But little did I know that it had been lurking all along, right there behind us. The first time it made itself known was during the murder at the Themis Legal Academy. That case would mark the twilight before the dark, cold night that was to come. Alright. Well, that's the end of the Monstrous Turnabout. No, let's create a new save. There we go. Alright. Forget how this works. Does it show us the... I think it shows us the beginning of the next one, so... Oh, wait, no, I do just return. Okay. Well, I hope you guys liked the Monstrous Turnabout, Chapter 2, or Episode 2. I'll figure out what I'm wanting to stream tomorrow. Like I said, it'll either be a wig styling stream or a crime scene cleaner stream. And when we get back to Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, we'll be going to episode 3, which is Turnabout Academy. So, that'll be interesting. So, I'll see you guys all tomorrow, I guess, and hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be uploading this on my YouTube, as always, and bye for now.